losing, and now we're running down the halls. No, we can't let them win. There's an evil inside, they're just looking way down below. And if I can't hold my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow. Can you say that I disappeared? Can you say that I wasn't there for you when you went into hiding on the front steps of your porch? And I reflected on the memories, but I put out that torch. Hey! But I put out that torch. But I put out that torch. You make me feel like home. You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you.
A day full of fun-filled surfing activity known as the Paul Mitchell Neon Supergirl Pro here at Oceanside. Nice to have you out and about.
The atmosphere of the Supergirl Pro this year is bigger and better than ever.
To me, it's like the US Open of female.
You know, it's about bringing girls together, and right now there's just such a huge movement of women just empowering each other to go out there and have a try.
There's a lot to check out if you're a spectator, which is cool, or a fan. We've got the stage set up for musicians to come and play.
The atmosphere at the event is awesome.
All the factors that they bring to this event, the music, the skateboarding, the surfing, you know, just making it a great time for families. I think it's really special.
You know, all these little shops everywhere, and
It's all about women and empowering women and lineup of people on the pier as well. So you're kind of surrounded like a little stadium, which is, it's fun.
Just really exciting and high energy, so it keeps you psyched all day.
So we are at the Paul Mitchell Neon Supergirl Pro Surf event in Oceanside, California. And inside this beautiful Paul Mitchell neon tent, we are doing braids and pink extensions for $5. And all of the donations go to a charity called No Place for Hate. We're having autograph signings with our athletes and just having a great time at the surf event.
The reason I love this comp so much is how it empowers young women to be strong, to pursue their dreams, and have that never give up attitude.
Oh my God!
Beautiful place to watch a surf event, and Mother Nature providing some sort of opportunity at some moment. Coming in hot right now, Carissa Moore. Amazing snap right there. So Carissa, here she goes. Carissa, so skilled and versed. There you go. Give her a little bit of love, would you, out there?
Julia is someone I grew up surfing with. She's really talented. One of her strengths is she's a wave magnet. She does a really good job positioning herself in the lineup.
Malia, last wave score 5.73, 5.73. Not quite enough, but a healthy score nonetheless.
It's so close that we both had kind of equal opportunities, and I think maybe Krista hitting more of a closeout section made the difference. But I thought my second wave was pretty decent, and yeah, I just didn't get like just that one little extra opportunity to get the score I needed.
This is semifinal heat number 2. Here we go. One wave, 2 surfers with priority Carolyn Marks. And she's more interested in her backhand, but actually both of them looking at the backhand. Marks right here, we know that she needs something in the high 4 range. Carolyn Marks with a 7.50 takes the lead.
The conditions were really fun. Me and Coco both had some opportunity, and my 7.5 was Pretty much I did all my work in the inside in the shore break, and it was like a little mid chip. I caught the chip of the outside, and like it was pretty fun. I was stoked.
Let's see what happens here. Coco Ho, she needs another win. Well, she's going to need an 8.73 or better her 5.60 to chip away at the lead.
I was looking forward to that heat, and I just kind of let Priority go and gave her best 2 scores, so nothing I can do.
Caroline Marks, the 16-year-old out of San Clemente, goes into her first final. Let's set the stage for the 35-minute battle, where one of these two goddesses will walk out with a cape and a $10,000 check and 6,000 QS points. And this is Carissa Moore in the red, getting after it. Come on, folks, put your hands together. 3-time world champion. She can hear you.
You get a 7.67. Now Carolyn Marks.
She's looking at it. She takes it. She's going to fire down the line towards you folks on the pier. Oh, lays it back and uses that core muscle and that leg strength to stay on it.
I definitely didn't get the best waves in that heat, but I feel like the waves I did catch, I surfed really well, kind of as good as you can surf them, and I'm just really stoked on that.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, Carissa Moore is your 2018 Paul Mitchell Supergirl Pro.
She hails from Oahu, Hawaii. She takes the Supergirl cape. Put your hands together for the queen, the Supergirl, Carissa Moore.
It feels really good to finally come out on top here at the Supergirl Pro. It was just nice to put together a few heats, and being able to just put up a couple of scores gave me a lot of confidence, so I'm really stoked.
I'm Chris Moore, and I'm a Supergirl.
welcome to another exciting week of Supergirl Gamer Pro. This is week number 4. We have seen some exceptional games here in the last 3 weeks, and I'm stoked to be heading into this next week. I am Lisa Jolly. I will be your host and attempting play-by-play once more, and joining me here is Kari. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really excited for this week, as per usual. Things are getting more intense, though. We're in week 4 out of 9. And so we're getting some rivalries, we're getting some reoccurring champions. These are all teams that we've seen before, too, so it'll be really exciting to see how that pans out. Also, some new players. It's going to get a little bit shaken up. Definitely not more of the same. I mean, last week, everything that we thought we knew turned out to be wrong. So, as far as these games go, they're keeping us on our toes. I'm really excited to find out what are you excited for? As far as are you excited for these continued jungle rivalries?
Yeah, I'm also excited maybe for some of these players that have really been dominating to maybe get taken down a notch or two, as bad as that sounds. We've had some really dominant players. We've had some really dominant teams, and we are going to see a few of those big teams returning so far for this week. We'll get into that after the ad break. But it would be nice to see, more of an underdog team kind of make it through. We know that last week and the week prior, so week 2 and 3, we had the same 2 teams, Limit Testers versus Your Nightmares, going up against each other. So it's nice to have a little bit of, I guess, continuity, but it is also nice to have a little bit of a dethroning and maybe the underdogs jumping up and showing how they can be superior depending on the week, the matchups, and maybe a little bit more in terms of different champions and things like that. We have seen some different ones, but it's been pretty stable there. Maybe more Lilia.
Oop, I would like to see more Lilia. Now I know her movesets, so
hey, there you go. Did you get the chance to play her? She is an interesting champion.
Yeah, I'm a jungle main, so I actually really have had a lot of fun playing her. Not my complete cup of tea, but definitely super fun to play. Really diverse in terms of ganks, as we saw with what was the player who played her last time that we were watching? Sign me up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and Sign Me Up did a spectacular job. They ended up winning that game. So it worked well. I wouldn't say Lilia really had or wasn't carrying the game or anything like that. It was certainly the teamwork aspect of it, but she definitely helped and very invasive in terms of jungle style. Again, week 4, you guys are still capable of signing up for obviously not for this week, for this tournament. We're running the bracket right now, but keep in mind you can check out www.supergirlgamerpro.com and look at all of the information there. You can follow the Twitter or the Facebook at SGGamerPro as well. Lots of good information there. And then thanks as well to our sponsors, Nissan, U.S. Air Force, GameStop Marines. As you can see, I got my Zenny glasses. I got a few pairs, actually. So I'll be sporting a few of those as the night goes on. They are really, really cool. I love them. They are incredibly comfortable. They're super light, and I don't get the marks on my nose. I've got a pair of Gunners. I don't get the marks on my nose, and they do have that blue light refraction as well. You can add it to I think they've got over 3,000 different styles. You can do a little virtual try on. That's actually how I decided which ones I wanted to go with. So you just kind of you move your face around, and they allow you to test out any of those, and then you can add the Zenny blocks to it, which is the blue light refraction for $16.95, I think is the amount on that. So super cheap to get the blue light reflected, and then I got some prescription ones, I got some non-prescription ones, all of it with the Zenny blocks. So it's really, really cool stuff. I know that you've got a pair, Kari, as well, that you tend to, yeah. There you go. All right. Yeah, I love it. Now we got a little bit of a blue light reflection on both of our screens. But back to the games. We've got some returning players, like I said, and as I just mentioned a moment ago, we had week 2 and week 3, the finals, the 2 same teams. But what do you think will be a deciding factor maybe going into this week in terms of reaching the finals? Do you think anyone will have any upsets and maybe something that might actually determine that?
I love to track people's mental. I love to watch how teams react to certain, I like to see what happens when they fall behind and how they handle that, and how they manage to deal with when they're ahead, if they kind of start to slack off. The mental of each team is always really different, really diverse. And I think that's what it's going to come down to, is that a lot of the time what happens is a team will get just slightly ahead, and then the other team will just happen to take advantage of the sense of comfort that these teams develop. And then just push ahead. And that hasn't been the case, though, with your Nightmares, who have come out incredibly victorious in a lot of this. They don't seem to give up any ounce, which means that the other teams, whether they start ahead or not, whether they get ahead, if people have significantly got ahead of your Nightmares, but always seem to end up losing. I'm not sure if that's a mental thing, and it usually does come down to it. So I think that more than anything, you can't have any sense of security at all. There's no margin of error that you should be able to have with your Nightmares. You just have to hold on to your mental, feel like play like you're losing. You know what I mean that in like a, try harder like you're losing. And so as far as that, like, don't tilt. The mental's really important. Don't fall back into old habits. This is a really exciting opportunity. And it's easy to fall back into habits when you're playing League, you know what I mean? Especially in roles that you're really familiar with. You're playing with your friends. But in this case, you just got to be on top of it. You got to be really alert. Drink a little bit of coffee, and make sure that you're good to go. Do some stretches.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what? Just for everyone out there, if you're gaming, you better be stretching like before and after and in between games. If you lose, take a stretch. It's good for you.
Stay limber.
We're gonna hop. There you go. It's, you know what? Most gamers don't consider it, but it's it helps a lot if you're gonna be sitting down all day. But we understand. You and I. We are going to hop to a quick ad, and then we will be immediately jumping into the draft for the first game. We're going to cover all 4 again, as long as things don't go too crazy today, so stick around. We'll be right back.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it, and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car.
Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Come on, breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Hey, thanks for sticking around. We are going to be jumping into the draft here in just a moment. We've got a couple exciting teams coming up. We're going to be showing you the bracket here in just a second. I was talking about, getting the victors maybe a little bit brought down a notch. And I did ask, how might we do that? Now, early game, we've seen some longer games as time goes on. Do you think that's going to make a huge impact in these ones, or do you think it's going to be late game like usual?
Ah, gosh. I don't know. I think it's going to be late game like usual. I think it's going to come down to that very measured approach. Bot lane, just behave yourself. Come on. That's all you have to do. You just have to make it to late game. Got some good positioning, and you should be good to go. I think it is still going to come down to late game. I don't think have we had any games quicker than 20 minutes? I don't think we have.
No,
Yeah.
I think 20 minutes and 22 minutes, and it was the same team as well, if I'm not mistaken here. Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I think it was Your Nightmares,
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course. Classic. No surprise there, as they are currently in the lead in terms of points. And actually, speaking of that, let's take a quick look at the bracket and see how things are looking for today. Your Nightmares going up against Air Force Gaming, Limit Testers, and Fighting Dreamers. That is the first game we're going to witness here. Gamer Snails against Graceful Tacos. So we do have a new team in this bracket, hoping to see them move on. As much as I love Gamer Snails, it's always nice to have some new players in the mix. And then Sailor Scouts and Ara Ara. If you guys haven't tuned in since the first week, Ara Ara, I believe, is the new name for Cisco.
Yep, that's correct.
All right,
That's
so
the
we've
one.
got a pretty exciting bracket, a lot of familiar faces, as we can see here. Air Force Gaming again is going to be going up against I mean, they like Your Nightmares is the perfect name. They really chose that one well, because I have in fact been having nightmares about these guys.
Yep.
And there's not a ton that you can do in terms of banning them out. There's not a ton you can do in terms of the late game. So I do think, if these players are going for early game, while they do tend to fall towards the late game because there's not a ton of pressure early on. Your Nightmares tend to really collect more off of small victories than some of these other teams that we've seen. A successful fight will get them 2 towers and an objective, where another team might have a successful fight and just push a tower, get one and put a little bit of pressure in the lanes. So I think figuring out exactly how far you can push it when you have those successful fights is going to be huge, and going up against Your Nightmares in particular. But really, any of these teams, obviously, that is a great way to go about it. Strategically discussing, and a big part of that is the communication in general, strategically discussing the next moves and listening, hopefully, to Captain is hopefully a good shot caller on your team for things like that. But I think another thing, and we've talked about this from week 1, is going to be Vision. What do you think about that, Kari?
Vision has played an integral part in all of their games, and Limit Testers and Your Nightmares are 2 top teams. It has been absolutely integral, and not only that, but I remember you brought it up and it lit a light bulb in my head. That counter vision is so aggressive. I would say even more aggressive than actually putting down vision. It's these counter vision games that are absolutely just wiping out the other team's ability to feel comfortable, to make sure that they waste their resources as well. That seems to be the Your Nightmares special, is yakety saxing people around the rift and wasting their time while the rest of your team is around getting objectives. And their captain Solaris is very clearly super in tune with the map, generally plays mid. We saw that very first game with Cassiopeia, but that Ziggs game was absolutely off the hook incredible in terms of their captain's map awareness. Yeah, absolutely rude.
Pretty sure that was cyberbullying. I'm pretty sure that game included cyberbullying. We all witnessed that. Pushing beyond the first tower, actually. Not that the tower was down or anything. In the first couple of minutes, going below Raptors into the, that little bush and jumping on, I forget who it was up against, like a Lux or something like that. And even though she didn't get the kill every time, she did several times, and the pressure that it allowed made it impossible to really return anything on that. And so I think that kind of goes in hand with what I was just saying about there's no way to ban out a lot of these players. There's no way to at least force them onto something they might not be as comfortable with. And now, actually, as I'm speaking of the champions that they're going to be selecting, we are going to toss it over to Champ Select so we can take a look at what our first game is going to show us. Limit Testers on the blue side here, and Fighting Dreamers, both very familiar teams, hopefully for you, is going to be on the red.
Awesome! Going down the list here on Limit Testers, we've got Arthidius on top lane.
Looks right.
Yeah, Lucky Man on jungle, Dopamine on mid, Elise the ADC, and Pistachio, those returning ADC and support champions in the bot lane.
And on Fighting Dreamers, the red side, we've got Gamer Girl in the top lane, Inferno in the jungle, Azalea Lura in the mid lane, Eranis, and Anadia in the support. So a couple of changes, and you'll actually notice Limit Testers, since we've seen so much of them here in the past. Dang was in the top, and I believe was the captain there for Limit Testers, and was not able to make the game today, so they do have a sub in for that. We'll see how it ends up working out for these guys as they've made it to the finals 2 times in a row now. And then on Fighting Dreamers, if I'm not mistaken, we've got a couple different names as well. Yeah, we've got, let's see, Corrosivity was in the mid lane before. Eriction was in the ADC role, and Jokia was in the support. So 3 new players on this team right now.
Oof! The game Mergirl seems like a bit of shade, doesn't it? A little bit of shade there on the Fighting Dreamers side.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's exciting, though. We picks and bans already are out, too. We've already got some really good bans. We've got the Echo there for the Jungle Inferno. You've got Maokai. Gosh, those 2 boys look exactly the same to me. And then you've got a Lulu ban. And we have seen so much Lulu, and you aren't necessarily a huge fan of that high utility champ. So maybe a little bit relieved to see that ban, because it was kind of getting kind of boring, don't you think?
You know, it does. In my opinion, like, maybe that's the reason I'm not the biggest fan of her. Yeah, I mentioned many times that she falls off aside from her utility, really, towards the later game. Her ultimate, it definitely comes in clutch if you've got a composition that helps with that. But early on, it really is a pretty boring lane, to be honest. The polymorph is kind of exciting, you know, turning things into like squirrels and bunnies. But aside from that, not so much. A couple more picks coming in, though. We've got the lock-in for the ADC. Looks like a Caitlyn, which is a fantastic and very safe pick, in my opinion. Always a solid one with the amount of range and the critical damage that she does. And a Ziggs. We were just talking about Ziggs. Of course, it was on Solaria's Revenge that we were speaking of on a different team here from Your Nightmares. But Fighting Dreamers are going to pick that up, throw him into the mid lane, and then now a Maokai is going to be, hey, you know what? You're saying they confuse you. One of them was banned and the other one was picked.
Woohoo! I love to be confused. It was like that Zaya issue that we had last time as well.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, we've got a mouth fight in top, in top lane there.
Okay.
Yeah, darn it all!
You had it right. You had it right the first time.
It's wood, not rock. Wood, not rock. I got this. And then you've got a Vayne ban there. Elise has proven to be formidable and absolutely dangerous. A solid ban. Yeah.
All I have to say is
pentakill.
That's it.
Crisp P. Our very first pentakill for Elise. An absolute nightmare. Not your nightmare, but a limit tester nightmare.
I did recover from that pentakill. Just destroyed my throat, to be honest. It was a long fight. It was so spectacular to see. And then rounding out the bans, we got the Orianna there for the mid lane, banned against Dopamini. And then Lee Sin, we'll see what limit testers picks at the end there. The Volibear, who has been a very frequent, consistent pick here for all teams, to be honest. And whether or not it's worked well, he has shown up a lot.
Yeah, a Janna pick is a really fun, refreshing deviation from all of the other supports that we've seen. Really excited to see that utility. She's got a lot of, a huge amount of CC, extremely irritating with that tornado. So I love to see the ways in which people can employ that, especially in corridors, over walls, around corners. It's a really fun utility, especially to watch in like a tournament play like this. So we've got the 2 other picks here on limit tester side, the Kai'Sa and the Lux. I think we're probably going to see Lux mid, or do you think it's going to be Morgana mid? What do you think?
I think it's going to be the Lux mid as of late. Morgana has definitely been a really good mid laner in the past, but recently, just really with her binding, they changed the Tormented Soil. I still only remember the old name for it. It's just so helpful in that bottom lane, especially with someone like the Kai'Sa, to do some decent long range and very quick damage. And also the combination there of the AD and AP is going to be pretty nasty. It's hard to defend against something like that. Though, I will say I do absolutely love the Janna. And the Hecarim is going to be the lock in there for the jungle. Maokai there up in the top lane. I do love me a few flex picks, which, a couple of those can be considered there.
Yeah, it's looking like a really strong comp. We have had a Hecarim in the past, and generally, if Hecarim's on a team, he's dominating. So we'll see how it looks in the hands of Inferno. Lucky Man with the Graves is an extremely competitive pick. Graves has had some absolutely incredible pro play, and as far as his win rates and all of that goes, Graves is absolutely killing it, especially with his crit game. Terrifying as far as his item build. He is not fun to play against, and I imagine in the hands of limit testers and especially in the hands of Lucky Man will be terrifying. I'm hoping to see some really solid, fierce jungle play as we have in the past. And I've come to appreciate the art that is jungling so much more in these games that we've watched. I mean, we've just seen junglers, whether or not they are quote unquote carrying the game, they're either doing like their distractions, they're hyper carries. It's just been a whole diverse range of just really fun jungling and playing to top, which is something that I haven't seen in a really like since season 3. Playing to top has not been a common convention, so that's been really exciting too.
Look at the wards already placed down here by Fighting Dreamers. Actually, 3 wards. We can see one down in that bottom river bush, one at the last place that those limit testers were trying to ping out, potentially invading, and then one right next to the blue. So they immediately went in, they immediately threw down some vision, and they backed out of there. And we saw limit testers go through and throw a ward down by that blue bush as well. Just 1 ward in response, but a deep ward on the aggressive side of the jungle there is always nice to have early on.
Yeah, that's what you want. This vision game comes in clutch, and it's especially integral to keeping track of these junglers. If you look, both of these wards, especially on the limit tester side, are meant to just keep track of where their jungler is, what he's doing. Hecarim being as mobile as he is, it's important. It's important for the team to know, especially when he can get those early ganks in as well. Not a great option. It actually looks like part of the game plan was invade.
We've got a ping from this Hecarim asking, hey, there's a Graves in here. I'm not sure what was going on there because they had the ward deep enough in that they could see the blue was where the Hecarim started. They knew that he picked up that blue, and so maybe just a little bit of pressure, a little bit of mind games going on there for the limit testers. Graves is quite mobile as well, so he has the ability to kind of do something like that and really not fall behind because of it. And he's actually gonna, he's gonna pressure it some more. He's going to continue to taunt this this opposing jungler, Inferno, and he's gonna go for the red buff. He did grab the red buff of his own, but that'll refresh it a couple of seconds, and it'll prevent this Hecarim from being able to invade as quickly as he might like to. That's a risky move, but hey, it ended up working out no problem for Luckman there, as we saw the Hecarim Inferno was distracted by Krugs.
The absolute disrespect on the side of the limit testers, just disrespecting their jungle. You love to see it, but the timing on that was also implicitly good. I mean, Krugs do take quite a bit longer to take, so you do have the time to get that red by yourself and refresh and top off your own red while also denying them resources that they need. Looks like things in bot lane are actually kind of heating up here. Lots of good trades. Actually fairly even trades if you really are.
Ooh! I do love to see that too, because we have had, and given last week, I wouldn't say it's lackluster. The first 2 weeks, maybe bottom lane was a little bit lackluster, but we just talked about the pentakill that the Vayne got earlier on, or that was towards the end of the night. But it is nice to see a lot of these consistent trades, and with these supports, it's much more suited for that. With the Janna Whirlwind, with the binding from Pistachio on the Morgana, definitely means we're going to see a lot more aggression there early on, and both of these junglers are going to provide so much aggression once they decide to jump in.
Yeah, and Luckman's already done a couple of taps around there, making sure that he knows that you can shake Inferno's confidence by taking that red so quickly. I mean, he just ran past it, he knew it was there, and then it was gone when he went back to go get it. Not a great move, not a great experience for Inferno to have this early on in the game on Hecarim. But our bot lane looks like they're actually aggressively bullying here on Fighting Dreamer's side, but with enough vision in that tri-bush to justify it. Even with Graves fairly close by, they still have some recourse if he does decide to go in for the gank, which it looks like Luckman is starting to close in here, maybe potentially looking at the options to see if there's a way to take the pressure off of the limit testers bottom lane. And yes, there is. Just going in there, making sure they get a few hits in, and making sure that the enemy team gets zoned back, making sure Fighting Dreamers are pushed back, because the amount of aggression that they're putting on limit testers bot lane, it's not great for them, and a lot of the time, especially an early jungle game, doesn't involve getting kills. It involves taking a little bit of pressure off, but they're retaliating. Fighting Dreamers does have a very strong long game that can be very safe as well. With that Caitlyn pick, you can poke from extremely far away and still feel relatively confident that you're not gonna get caught out.
And thanks to that vision as well, being able to pop a headshot off onto Luckman on the Graves there, meant that he could not really reinitiate on that. You know, that recall is definitely a part of the mind game in case they did have a vision ward in that bush, expecting a recall and expecting to potentially be able to engage on a fight, or not knowing whether or not he's just going to cancel that recall last second and fully engage there. But a great headshot again from the Caitlyn from Aranis means that he definitely had to commit to the recall there. I'm loving this bottom lane game. A lot of really solid back and forths, already recalls on both sides, so we're going to see even more aggression going into these next fights as they return with a couple of items.
Yeah, it looks like almost completely evenly matched on farm as well. Not a huge disparity there. Everybody's kind of doing the same thing that we've always seen in a good bot lane. Humble farmers doing what they do best, with a little bit of spice with that little grave visit from Luckman. It sounded really good, looked really good, took a little bit of pressure off the limit testers to allow them to continue to get ahead. But as far as like gold disparity, as far as being ahead, at this point in the game, it's a little bit hard to say, but they're having a little more success. Oh, we've got Luckman coming in for another gank, very active in the lanes to ensure that they can control the flow and make sure that their laners continue to be safe. I love to see this kind of early jungle involvement. It definitely helps intimidate the enemy, definitely helps your lanes control their flow, make sure that the enemy spends money on resources to try to make sure that they can see you. So making sure that vision is up there is a really important part of it as well. It's not a waste of resources though. The enemy team should be buying wards anyway to try to counteract that. So good vision on both sides too. It's pretty evenly matched. Here in bot lane too, it's just the same nice even story. I really love to see a Caitlyn active in this game too, because the ability to just again poke and poke and poke and try and punish is really, really good. It's fun to watch.
And it was an ultimate and a flash expended there in the top lane by Gamer Girl. So we have to keep in mind that the Graves may attempt to initiate on that again. There is no ward in the river bush, the top river bush. There is one in the try there by Baron, but not below. A good taunt and so much damage coming through. This might be a first blood. Flash is still available, and he is going to use it. That is a first blood going over to limit testers.
Arthidius on the Shen. You love to see it. I mean, a lot of people underestimate Shen as only a tank, but the damage threshold plus the taunt, it really makes you commit to it, and sometimes you can't fully commit and close the deal. We do have Aronis going for Pistachio here.
Oh, the missed binding there from Pistachio. The spell immunity means she's not going to be slowed there. No taunt to follow that one up, and Aronis is going to get hit by the ultimate from the Lux. Luckman gonna pick that one up, followed by a great root there by Dopamini. That's gonna be a flash out from Azalea. And an easy pickup now for limit testers to immediately turn on this Mountain Dragon. That's a good one to start up, as we know they love to keep pressure on these towers. And we do have several minutes until the plates are going to fall, so the more gold you can get from those, the better.
A consistent, lovely effort from Dopamini. We love to see it. That's the kind of map awareness that your mid lane should always have, and making sure that you come in clutch with that ultimate while still pushing that Ziggs Azalea out of their own lane at the exact same time. Very impressed with that. You love to see it. Good solid calls on everybody's side there, especially using I love support bait. Love using them as bait to get somebody in a bad situation. But looks like actually that Luckman here is coming in for the gank again. And Fighting Dreamers is caught out without an ounce of vision on the bot map, but still pushing in past the river. We've got 2 teleports coming in from top as well. This is a mess. This is an ARAM in bot lane.
Stand United was not available there. Arthidius was able to get the taunt down on Aronis, who is now just looking for the final pickup. The Q goes through, but that is a low Caitlyn. Luckman wants to continue to engage on this, but all of limit testers are so low and very low on mana as well. Gamer Girl has a lot more health than these guys do for limit testers, and a root is going to give the Fighting Dreamers an elimination there. Rift Herald's going to come out here in the bottom lane, and a taunt down under the tower is going to give Arthidius a kill onto Inferno. A spectacular root there under the tower from the Morgana will give Elise her first kill of the game here. So many pickups from limit testers, and Fighting Dreamers doing a great job engaging on that fight. They're going to continue it, actually. Yeah. It looks like Arthidius wants to go in on this one. He's He's going to be able to get shielded here. The Whirlwind, though, is going to prevent Pistachio from continuing the engage on this. Elise, in the meantime, picks up the killing spree and takes down the Maokai. What a fight for both teams.
An absolute mess. I mean, it's so easy to be tempted by that Shen. Low health under the tower, but you cannot forget about that taunt. And it was used artfully right under the tower, exactly where it needed to be to do that extra damage to close the deal. Very lovely performance by Arthidius, and shows just how nice it is to be able to kite on that Shen with the confidence that you can also trap an enemy under tower, regardless of whether or not they have twice as much health as you, and come out on top. So got a little aggressive, got a little ambitious there, and did not have the backup from Elise to close the deal, but that's okay. Both teams are still keeping it together. Nobody's in a particularly bad position here. I would say on bot lane that those extra kills and no deaths with Elise, plus those assists, is definitely, they're sitting pretty there. But nothing that Fighting Dreamers cannot mitigate should they decide to buckle down and put down vision this time. That's all they need. They just need a little bit of vision on bot, and they will be good to go. You've got Inferno lining up here for a potential gank on mid with Dopamini, and Azalea Laura just patiently waiting for some sort of sign that this might be. Oh, it's actually he's waiting for Maokai to come down here.
Yeah,
gauging the
pings
situation.
Coming out there.
Yeah, and the river there to make sure that what they're
there
doing
should be pings from the blue side as well here, as Arthidius should recognize that that is an ultimate now coming from Inferno. Dopamini actually a little bit of a misplay in walking there. Stand United is going to come through from Arthidius, and down comes the Maokai, the ultimate from Lux. He's going to pick up two of them for the Shen here. The ultimate response from Gamer Girl, and the flash out means that Limit Testers had a very successful fight there, a 2-for-0.
Yeah, you hate to see it when that Lux gets away and then turns back around and bursts you down. That's just not a great feeling to have. We do have Pistachio on the exhaust here on Aronis, but it's not really enough to close any sort of deals. But Luckman coming in, great map awareness, understands that there's a skirmish happening here. Exhaust was used in an attempt to lock down a kill on the Caitlyn. Not enough. She has that net to get out. Another missed bind. There is an aggressive game happening here on bot, especially on the side of Limit Testers. They are absolutely using that support bait narrative to try to get this team to overextend, despite only having vision in one bush. Tri does not have any sort of vision in it to help Fighting Dreamers out, but you do have Luckman recalling, so for now, they are safe, and neither team is going to secure any kills at this exact moment.
The response times from both of these teams have been spectacular. I think in that mid-lane fight as well, Stand United wasn't picked up on, as we could see Azalea Laura was committed to fighting that battle and didn't realize that, hey, Shen is going to come down here in just a moment. Already very tanky. His teleport is down now at this point, and the ultimate is down, but that is a lot of damage coming from a long-range Lux. So these guys have to be really careful, especially Zig sitting at 0-2-0 and falling very far behind in CS. Needs to begin to play incredibly carefully and needs a little bit of more support now from the jungle.
Yep, lining up to get this objective here. The second dragon for Limit Testers, should they close this deal. It doesn't look like there's any plans on the side of Fighting Dreamers to mitigate this. They're not really in a position to either. And so it goes to Limit Testers, locking down that objective, making sure that they are capitalizing on these small gains that they're making, rolling them into a larger snowball. It looks like Arthidius is down here in the jungle, picking up blue, it looks like, from the jungle, and heading back into top lane to hang out with Gamer Girl. Luckman is, of course, coming to troll on Inferno, because this has been his entire objective, is trying to keep track of the jungle and come for him. He's got that ignite on him, and it does not successfully take him down. Then you have Azalea Laura coming from mid lane. You've got Gamer Girl coming from the top lane, and unfortunately they bully Luckman out of that situation. And now it's Azalea Laura versus Shen, plus Lux has now come back to claim her mid lane. The bind on that Lux, a really incredible, plus a taunt, still means that Arthidius comes out because of the extra shield. Comes out alive. What did you think about that engage?
That has to have been single-digit health.
Absolutely.
I mean, it looks like that was 0, but obviously no no gray screen there for Arthidius. Spectacular engages and responses. Luckman knew that he was going to go down. He had to continue engaging on that fight. And so he did in time for Arthedius to participate. And now keep in mind his Stand United is up and available, and as well as his teleport. So he has many ways of exploring the map as he's already been doing, and being able to follow up on Luckman has been very easy in these instances. The ultimate's going to come out there from Aronis. I'm not exactly, I mean, clearly not knowing that it wasn't going to pick up the elimination, just more aggression and a relatively short cooldown on that ultimate feeling means that it doesn't feel too bad to utilize it in this situation. That's going to give him a little more pressure here in the bottom lane, but some pings coming out from limit testers means potentially they know that this Hecarim is actually on the way down, but just walking right through lane. Going to try to avoid some vision there through the brush. See if it's enough for Fighting Dreamers to get a pickup here as Luckman engages on Shelly.
Yep, it's a patient game in bot lane waiting for a gank. It's not going to pay off though. They have the vision, they know what's going on, and they are either recalling or pulling back. They may not have vision in those bushes, but they are aware of the spooky situations happening in bot. There's a little bit of an aggression towards Shelly here, but with their Inferno on bottom, their jungler, they can't really contest that objective, and that's just a testament considering how well Limit Testers does rotations. We have seen this in the past. Very solid rotations. When your jungler is on bottom waiting for a gank that is not successful, you take advantage of that wasted time and you grab that objective. So now Limit Testers has a Rift Herald on their side, and we'll see how they utilize that. But it looks like there's a little bit of a skirmish happening here on the bot river. Luckman's coming up from behind, attempting to catch Inferno, and Azalea Loro, the absolute
did you see
bane of
that?
Inferno's
Oh my
existence.
gosh! Pistachio, so the blast cone went through, but the binding actually hit while the Ziggs was going over the wall, so still got blocked down and rooted on the other side. There wasn't anything that Limit Testers could do about that, but they're going to keep pressure here on this mid lane and work on taking out their second tower of the game.
Yeah, not a lot that they can do to lock down Limit Testers from getting that mid turret, but they are. Oh, there is retaliation coming from them.
She's going to be exhausted here. Luckman's trying to re-engage, but too much damage from the crit shots on Aronis. Stand United coming through onto Luckman, but Arthedius is not close enough to get in on this. So Pistachio now taking a lot of damage, and the binding is going to miss the Q hits. Ace in the hole is going to be blocked there by Arthedius. Fighting Dreamers now finding their fighting chance here, but Elise is coming up from the other side, just trying to make an ability here, trying to catch something to use that ultimate. There it is, and now Aronis is going to be the next target here, at least taking a lot of damage from that Ziggs in the meantime, so a good split fight there from Fighting Dreamers. They did end up losing a few members in that fight, but a good retaliation there, and Limit Testers coming out very successful in that one.
Yeah, very good kiting on their side. You love to see that. I have to wonder if that B from Luckman was a BM trying to get them to come back and engage because his health was so low. It was tempting. They did re-engage and they got caught out by Elise on that Kaisa, not realizing that she was on her way to clean up, and that is exactly what happened to their Ziggs, Azalea Laura. Not a great engage for the Fighting Dreamers, but they still put up an admirable fight. Unfortunately, they kind of fell prey to that taunt from Luckman saying, hey, I'm gonna be right here in the middle of the lane, why don't you come and get me? And Elise snuck up on him. So kind of a funny little psychological game here on the part of Limit Testers. We've seen this before from them. They love to do the old bait and outsmart little joke.
And swapping aggro has been a really big thing for them as well.
Absolutely.
In terms of rotating properly in order to not be kited out by Aronis, who has been doing a really good job of that in particular. So Limit Testers knowing exactly when to pull out or when to re-engage on these fights, even when they're very, very low on health. They're going to pick up their third dragon there of the game, not giving Fighting Dreamers a fighting chance in terms of that. And they want to engage on another fight potentially here. Luckman, though, taking quite a bit of damage from Aronis, the ultimate coming out from Maokai. Luckman's going to take one down, though, before they get jumped on in response. Hecarim now trying to do something to the Onslaught of Shadows. He manages to pick one up and take it down in the meantime. And actually, it looks like Azalea Laura was the one to pick up both of those kills. A double kill for him, but still a win for Limit Testers, a 3-for-2.
Yeah, it's, the resources are evenly spread out. Not a lot you can do with that gold, but it's good on Azalea Laura. A lot of ability to stay safe, so I mean, at least there's that. Having Caitlyn this late in a game, especially if it's not going your way, is great because she can remain safe, she can farm a little bit safer, can do some poking. So I mean, as far as Fighting Dreamers comp goes, this is a solid comp to be behind on because you can make up that ground safely. It's just a matter of getting these wards on the map, which they don't have a lot of, to make sure that they can continue to control the map and farm safely. But as they're hemorrhaging objectives, I mean, they're 3 dragons down, and as far as turrets go, I mean, things are still actually looking okay, but we just evened the score with 1 more turret. And it's just the gap is just widening. However, like I said, not unrecoverable. They have an ideal team for safely farming, trying to recover, trying to lick their wounds. But gosh, if you want to talk about a game that has been really difficult, Gamer Girl has had a just struggle bus of a game here. Arthidius is just on point with their ability. I mean, they know this champ in and out. People who have the ability to turret dive with such artful consistency. And get out with just those slivers of health continually. We've seen it multiple times now with Arthidius. Their ability to do this that's a seasoned 1 trick, if I do say so myself.
And this is the, the jump in here for Limit Testers not having their captain on the team, Dang, who has been doing a spectacular job. So they found a great, I don't want to say replacement, obviously, you can't replace Dang, but a great stand-in for this. And working incredibly well overall with the team. These Stand Uniteds have been spectacular and knowing exactly when to teleport in as well. Having those 2 abilities, sometimes it's difficult to decide which one you want to go with or when to use what. But Luckman is making it easy to decide here, and poor Gamer Girl having to use the ultimate there to try to escape. Final Spartan is going to pick up the 1. A double root onto Luckman and Dopa. Mini onslaught of shadows coming through, but Inferno is taking too much damage. And in the meantime, on the backline, Elise is going to pick up a double kill, a double kill there. 4 members down on the side of Fighting Dreamers. The Limit Testers know exactly what they can do as only the Morgana went down, holding off the back end of that fight. They're immediately going to turn on to Baron. They're going to increase this gold deficit by a decent amount.
Yeah, an absolute monster of a fight there. You had Pistachio kind of run in there a little bit like a distraction almost, and the team focused on that while still getting brought down by Elise, and Elise was not the objective that they were going after. There's so many strong players on this team that mentally you have a hard time prioritizing who the actual threat is. Elise hasn't been able to do a lot of roaming up until this point, has only showed up in 1 other team fight, so I mean, I can understand why Fighting Dreamers didn't quite prioritize that target, not quite understanding that she has now become a sleeper threat, an absolute sleeper threat at 6-0-4. Hey, we might see another pentakill. I don't know. That seems like an aggressive ADC who is out for blood, spent the early game really being patient and waiting for the other team to make small mistakes. Not an easy lane either on Kaisa. Doesn't have the same range that Caitlyn does, but really did pay off.
I like the hover on the maxed out the Manamune there. So yes, the tier has been filled. So many tiers on the side of Fighting Dreamers. Many, definitely enough to fill up that item there for Elise. Ultimate now from Maokai coming out potentially to try to catch Elise off on her own, but they have to note the rest of Limit Testers are on their side of the jungle there. Just looking for an engage, not exactly who Elise wanted to hit with that W, but still a solid chunk of damage considering how tanky now Gamer Girl is at this point in the game. Baron buff pushing through on several of these lanes. We can see right there Arthidius, just giving it over to this top lane as they try to put some more pressure here. But this gold disparity is now so high, it is going to be incredibly difficult for Fighting Dreamers to really do anything here to stand a chance. I mean, we are looking at 12K almost, and that is an insane amount here at 24 minutes.
Yeah, it's really tough to make up that gold disparity. Plus, it looks like we might be getting a Dragon Soul on the board, a Cloud Drake. Not a really great time for Fighting Dreamers to feel like they have that hanging over their heads. Soul will be up next. They've got the Soul. Sorry about that. Plus the Dragon buff. They're stacked. Their team is extremely stacked right now. They can even fight under the turret, as was demonstrated just now.
Yeah, that was an interesting onslaught of shadows there from Inferno, actually using it to disengage from that one. I don't know if it was necessary. I wouldn't have used it to engage, obviously, outside of the towers, how far would push, but disengage using that. It is a relatively short cooldown, but it looks like Limit Testers wants to engage on this immediately, maybe taking into account that onslaught of shadows is down now, and they've got Baron buff pushing many lanes. We can see Arthidius here in the top lane, having just teleported after buying a few more items. So these guys are quite stacked, and they know that if they engage on these fights right, even underneath the enemy towers, they will be just fine.
No, I'm not convinced that Arthidius is not dang wearing somebody else's face. Might not actually be a different person. We're gonna have to look into that because I feel like Arthidius has incredible chemistry with this team. I mean, you're watching as they're split pushing, but Luckman also following Arthidius in the top lane, making sure that they are there for them. But in this bot lane, just fighting under tower casually, no big deal.
Speaking of Luckman, yeah, you cannot venture into your own jungle right now. Ace in the hole, Aronius is just waiting to run the ace in the hole there, but Dopamini definitely going to be able to take that one away. A little bit of damage there in response, but Arthidius on the front line. He ended up using Stand United to prevent, just in case that did go through, and Elise sitting in the back line as well at almost full health now. These guys are going to recall, get up to exactly where they need to, and re-engage on this fight because they have all the pressure at this time.
Is this the end for our heroes, the Fighting Dreamers? Stay tuned to find out in the next episode of this tournament. No, I'm just kidding. We're still here.
The same episode.
The exact same episode.
Don't cut it now.
Production, no. But yeah, it's funny. Arthidius didn't even need to soak that dopamine. He was like, I got you, fam, I'm taking care of this one. I will soak that Kate ult for you. And Elise in here, just trying to farm up a little bit more, finish off their build to make sure that they are fully taken care of, and probably just coming back stronger. This push may be the end of it, because Elise is going to come back, finish their build, and come back fully built and ready.
My. Look at that. Just a binding and a final spark there from Dopamini, almost completely destroying Aronis. Granted, yes, I mean, it is a Caitlyn, you know, you don't, like, that is kind of to be expected, but
absolutely,
you know, nothing else included in there, not even an AoE ability, or even the follow-up, you know, from Pistachio, who was there, but they're like, you know what, we'll let her go, we'll see, we'll give her a little bit of hope here at this point, as they continue on the pressure. Some nice vision was put down there by Fighting Dreamers, but it's really not going to be helpful at this point in the game. They're going to try to catch out Arthidius here. The taunt from Inferno, and now comes the onslaught of shadows. Arthidius has so much mobility at this point. The rest of the team is so far behind, it's going to take them a while to catch up to this.
Oh, don't
coming
chase,
through,
don't
and the
chase.
dash, the ultimate from the Ziggs. They are working on the chase here while their base is being invaded by 3 members now. Almost 4 as the Lux attempts to go through on the top side. Well, they managed to pick up Arthidius, but was it worth it for the Fighting Dreamers, as these guys are now working on their second inhibitor tower, and soon to be their second inhibitor.
Oh, my stomach sinks when I see that chase. It's like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, just takes him out.
Damage from the final spark is ridiculous. Luckman is able to soak up so much of this damage here. Just waiting on another CC ability. There it is, Pistachio finding the binding there onto Gamer Girl, who is not able to escape. A nice whirlwind is going to prevent Luckman from engaging and taunting through onto that one, but a solid root in response from Dopamini is going to allow Elise to follow this one up, taking the tower, taking the base damage on that one, and picking up the double kill. There is an ace for Gamer Snails, and that is going to be the end of things. No, not Gamer Snails, for Limit Testers. That is going to be the end of things for Fighting Dreamers on this first game of Week 4.
Oh, what a mess. Honestly, my stomach hurts from that tunnel vision. And you see Aronis here just trying to do the right thing, that very last attempt, especially from the base with Caitlyn in that long range, but gets taken out by Dopamini. Just a slight boop on the snoot there for our friend Aronis. Really frustrating game to watch on behalf of Fighting Dreamers. A really difficult one.
Still some incredible fights, though, and that's the thing with these high-end players. I was talking about that at the beginning before we even saw this game. Is Limit Testers your nightmares? They make so much off of small victories. They turn it into a massive push, whether it is an objective that they manage to obtain, whether it is just, you know, pressuring in all of the lanes. Really, they find every little opportunity that they can to get some sort of pressure somewhere so that the enemy team really has to work hard to recover. And while Fighting Dreamers had some incredible fights like that, they really weren't able to make up as much ground as Limit Testers were in those instances.
Yeah, unfortunately, that tunnel vision at the very end, that's just, again, we've talked about mental before. That is more of a mental thing. You've seen Aronis, he's been in every team fight. He always shows up when you don't want him. You have this spite against him. And then at the end there, when he's like, hey, look at me, I'm by myself and I'm helpless, your whole team goes in to try to shut him down. And it is an unfortunate side effect, an unfortunate version of tunnel vision. But we saw the way that he kind of built up that spite and then capitalized on it at the end by drawing their entire team out of their base to their own detriment. Again, it's fun to watch that mental build up and then watch them use it against them. It's a very interesting phenomenon. It sucks though when you know another team, when you can see it happening, when they're backlining their base. I wanted better for Fighting Dreamers, but I am very happy to see another nearly like a very solid performance from Limit Testers, and fun too.
Yeah, lots of new stuff that we saw in there. We're going to take one other quick look at the bracket here as we are heading into the next game. You guys actually got a little bit of a sneak peek on that with the name changes there. Gamer Snails against Sailor Scouts, very familiar names. I'm not sure if we have any roster changes in terms of this, but it didn't really seem to affect Limit Testers at all in that previous fight. So going into the quarterfinals, we're going to be seeing first, again, Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts, and then, hey, look at that, Your Nightmares and Limit Testers. This time, they are not both going to the finals, it appears, as they are on the same side of the bracket for the semifinals. That is going to be a very exciting game early on, and I'm quite excited to see somebody new now for this week that's going to eventually be heading into the final bracket.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we've seen these 4 teams before, and so we know what to expect. But we have no idea what kind of counter strategies have been picked up here. There are a couple new players that we've never seen before. And so, I mean, even though we have seen all of these teams play, we haven't necessarily seen them play against each other, nor with their current comps. And I am really interested in that new player on Limit Testers. No idea who that is, where they came from. If it is Dang in some sort of disguise, probably, I think, is the right truth there.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I'm excited that we get to see the Gamer Snails going up against Sailor Scouts earlier on, you know, or at least before we see Limit Testers going into Your Nightmares, because we know how devastating that can be and how intense that game is. So I'm excited to see some of these teams, you know, that maybe didn't make it as far into the bracket last week or the week prior, but did get very far in the first week. We had Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts in the finals bracket for the first week. Gamer Snails were able to take that one home, so they're relatively high up there in the point differential. But I'm excited to see them face off again here now that we're going into the first round of the semifinals. We are going to take another quick break. Stay with us. We will be right back going into the first game of semifinals, Gamer Snails versus Sailor Scouts.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Come on, breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
So, thank you guys for sticking around with us. We are heading into the semifinals now. Week 4 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament here, and this is a series dedicated to women in gaming specifically. Supergirl Gamer Pro has been around since 2017. The Supergirl Pro group has been around since 2007, hosting all kinds of things like, I believe it's the world's biggest female surf competition. They've got skateboarding competitions. They've got all kinds of things going on specifically for women. We do have a few dudes playing in these competitions. As we know, these are teams of 5. So there is a requirement of at least 3 female or non-binary players on each team. That is the bare minimum of that. I'm sure some of these teams have more female players as well. But it is very exciting to be participating in a series like this and dedicated to something, obviously, that impacts us quite a bit, right, Kari?
Oh, absolutely. And let's be real. All female teams have been kind of a meme in the League of Legends scene, and it is notoriously toxic. Towards women
Sirens.
as well. Oh man, that's why I keep saying baited and outsmarted every single game. Little bit of a, little bit of a.
I get it. I didn't catch that. That's pretty funny.
Just keep Easter egging my way into there, but it is so refreshing and so nice to see. Not only our audiences taking these really seriously, but also like the players themselves. We see some really funny BMs, a lot of really but mostly incredible gameplay from everybody. It seems to me that the tides are turning, and we've come a very, very long way since that.
Yes. Yeah. And that was, I mean, if any of you don't know about the Sirens, that was a disaster. It was, from my understanding, I think the first and only attempt at having an all-female League of Legends group, but it really wasn't focused on. I feel like they didn't try very hard to find very good female players. They tried to make it more of a face of females, which is the exact thing that we don't want. We want players that are great players. It's about trying to be the opposite of a sex icon or something of that nature. We are as a female gamer, and I've been a female gamer my entire life. Obviously, I've been and I play absolutely everything. It doesn't matter what platform you're on. You're going to experience some form of misogyny or some form of just being talked down upon. And so it's great to see that, we are including guys in this. I do really like that aspect of it as well. And also a little bit of representation for the non-binary is really cool too, because we don't see a ton of that, particularly in esports at the moment.
Yeah, I absolutely am so incredibly passionate about this. You and I both have been lifelong gamers, and we've talked before about some of the challenges that we faced being a part of that. We absolutely love that it is kind of a meritocracy in this regard, where we're people are proving themselves. It has nothing to do we're not featuring the players. It's just more of a that's more of like a PR thing. But we are focusing on their appearances. We aren't focusing on their social media presence. We aren't focusing on the social aspect of it. We are focusing or their rankings. We are focusing entirely on their gameplay as it happens live. It is absolutely completely merit-based. And so it's really awesome to see just you remove these different components that have been repeatedly abused, I think, by the gaming industry for women, and let them kind of set the terms on their own time. And I've really enjoyed a lot of the time you and I even forget that these are majority women teams, and we just kind of we're not used to it, and it's been really awesome. You and I both kind of back and forth correcting ourselves with our pronouns. It's been a lot of fun. It's been super refreshing. I definitely get a laugh out of it every time you and I are like, ah!
Actually, wait, sorry, you're all females to me. And it's funny too, actually, considering we've talked about in the past alpha male jungler, who is an absolutely insane player, and on your nightmares, the reigning victors, definitely a female, definitely a girl. And to have a name like that is kind of just a tongue-in-cheek way of acknowledging, yes, there is this is going on in the esports world. And yeah, maybe you do think I'm a guy, and to see that it is a girl. Well, that was probably one of my most favorite thing that has happened over the past couple of weeks, is finding out that yes, alpha male jungler is in fact a female, which is spectacular, because oh my God, she does an incredible job. Everybody does an incredible job here. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this and for watching and supporting these players as they go through these trials, as we've seen a lot of the same players, a lot of new players pop up, a lot of subs come through. So it's just spectacular to get so much support for these guys. And thanks to our sponsors too for being there and supporting this from the very beginning before the stream started, and incorporating themselves in also just the Supergirl Pro reality that we have going on right now.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud to say that everybody has been really excited about this tournament. Our audience is incredible. We've had sometimes like random LCS pro players like pop in and say hi. Like there is absolutely some very serious hype for this. So I mean, as far as like people watching this, they're having a good time. We're having a good time, and the most important part is that our players feel empowered to play their best and have the best possible performance.
And they are doing an absolutely incredible job. I do believe that we now have some seeding going on as well, so that teams are going to, now that we've actually got enough weeks, that we've gotten that far in. So we'll see how things go. In the meantime, we are going to head over to Champ Select as we move into game number 2 here of week 4 of the Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament. We're going to do Gamer Snails on the blue side and Sailor Scouts on the red side, both very familiar teams if you have been keeping up with these past 3 weeks.
Big fan. I love Sailor Moon, so I'm a big fan of Sailor Scouts, but also the Gamer Snails. Let's talk about that. They have been absolutely so scrappy. They have fought tooth and nail for the part of this tournament that they currently own. And you see a quick ban there on the side of Gamer Snails, that Graves. I think that's an excellent ban. That is repeatedly been an issue in this tournament for the opposite team on the other side of Graves, especially in the last game that we had with Lucky Man. That was absolutely fatal. Let's go down the player line really quick there after that Darius ban on the side of Sailor Scouts.
Yeah, for the Gamer Snails, we do have what appears to be one new player, but top lane is going to be Noisy, definitely returning. Same with Jungle. That is Ghosty. Hanabi in the mid lane, Lustfully as the ADC, and Yuki Nagato, 998, Yuki Nagato, on the side there for Gamer Snails. It was previously, actually, they kind of swapped up the roster in general for these guys, so we'll go into that in a minute after covering Sailor Scouts.
Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about the new player disparities here. But meanwhile, we do have Sailor Scouts here on the red side. Prothean, who we love and we know and we have high expectations of, has done a really good job proffering some really interesting and fun gameplay. Big fan. Goldflower, their jungle. Come on, let's talk about how much we love seeing Goldflower play in the jungle and just make an absolute mess of other teams, especially early game there. Baysuri seems to be the new player in mid here. And we've got Lilac Soul, one of my favorite ADCs. Well, Lustfully and Lilac Soul are both two of my favorite ADCs. They've both had these incredible performances, amazing placement as far as their ADC game goes. Never caught out. Really great to see. Neki Lime as support. The unsung hero, I would say, of Sailor Scouts, who is always where they need to be. An extremely reliable teammate and really great to watch. I'm really excited for this game. I love these players. And I'm excited to see, since we have new players we have one new player on each side, we'll get something a little bit different here. It'll be a little refreshing, I think.
And not only one new player on each side, but we actually have a bit of a swap. Hanabi previously on Gamer Snails was playing as the support. And then we had Kaori in the mid lane before. So we have a bit of a swap. Hanabi moving from support to the mid lane and then finding a new, or, this could potentially just be a sub for the Gamer Snails if they do have a member that was not able to show up here this week. And then, yeah, Baysuri in the mid lane going up against Hanabi, who we have not seen in the mid lane. So two, kind of new mid laners, at least in terms of that role for us this week. So I'm stoked on seeing how this matchup turns out.
Yeah, this is super interesting. We love to see that the Hecarim pick is really good. These bans are really nice. I like the pointed Graves gold, because Graves in the hands of Goldflower is going to be a nightmare. You don't want to see that at all. Absolutely not. Yeah. Although I love a Sivir, that's going to be great in the hands of Lustfully, who already has a very solid playstyle that involves being there when they need to be. And with a highly mobile champ like Sivir, you can make a lot happen. That backline should be fairly solid, unless that Kane on Goldflower boops her on the suit and takes her out.
Too. We have seen Goldflower on, for the most part, highly mobile champions. Kane was, I believe, the first one that we actually saw or no, Sailor Scouts, it was Elise, technically, at least is what I'm seeing here from Game 1. Game 2, we saw them as well in Week 1 pick up that cane, and it was absolutely devastating. Now, keep in mind, Prothean had the Volibear both of those games, and so there was really good synergy between the two of them. We'll see if that either gets banned out or picked up by either of these teams here. But the Sivir, I don't think we've seen at all so far in this tournament. Definitely utility based on that one. We might have seen her once maybe during the first week, but a Yuumi Sivir matchup in the bottom lane is going to be interesting, and they're gonna have to be, maintain aggression, but at the same time play it safe early on for the Gamer Snails, because we know how much Lilac Soul loves that Ashe.
Yeah, yeah, Lilac Soul would love to tap that Ashe as much as humanly possible, and I do love to see it. Leona!
Oh, I dig it. All right, I dig it.
Necky
That is
Lime.
a scary lane for Gamer Snails. You get a Zenith Blade and a stun down onto that Sivir, and there is no stopping Lilac Soul from following that one up.
You nasty Sailor Scouts, what are you doing? Necky Lime, call us after this game. We love to see a Leona. That's a nasty pick. I also really love the meme among Riot employees is ban Yuumi, because they get all these complaints about how she's OP or she's underpowered.
Right.
Never with any consistency. I like to see Yuumi because in the right hands is an absolute nightmare, just as well as Leona. But again, you said you land that Zenith Blade on both of these champs, and you're in a really nasty position. Luckily, she has what is essentially, a stun clear built into her. If she can even get it off, though, that's the real question. A good ban from Hanabi there, or good ban away from Hanabi on the Vlad. I guess it could have been top 2, but Vlad's not great. Sona is a terrifying support right now. Not fun to play against. We haven't seen Yuki Nagato play yet, but I assume that in the hands it would not be great. A Kale ban from Noisy there. That's pretty good. I like to see that early game, that weak early game with that crazy late game. It looks like they're actually banning for late game, mid to late here on the Sailor Scout side.
That.
Yeah, extremely mid to late game. I'm wondering, what do you think?
Ban is interesting as well, even from Gamer Snails there.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys certainly play for the late game. We've seen Sailor Scouts. Oh no, I broke my neck. We've seen Sailor Scouts play either, they play for the early game, but for the most part, watching Goldflower just roll around the map here, no surprise that they're going to pick up, still solid late game, but definitely early game, big pain, Prothean on the Gangplank. We have not seen him pick that one up, and that's just showing how deep his champion pool is here, as Hanabi, it looks like, might be hopping onto this LeBlanc train.
I love Bursty LeBlanc, but if you kind of take a look at Gamer Snails' bans, they also are banning against a late game. You've got that Kassadin can carry sometimes the most hopeless games out of Oblivion if given enough time, but Veigar with the infinite AP scaling as well, don't want that to become a problem. Both teams intend to take this, maybe not super slow, but they do intend to establish a good base and win on their own merit. So they want to build up a base, and be able to have these team fights and to be able to actually see that mid to late game and maybe give us some really entertaining gameplay. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping we see above 20 minutes here. I hate Sion. I don't know what to say about that. You're going to have to tackle that one, Jolly.
Okay, all right. I like the Sion. Another super helpful one late game. I don't like to play up against the Sion, but he has,
that's the one.
a lot of engage, and this team in general has a lot of engage, a lot of potential burst damage as well on top of that. Yuumi's going to be interesting. I think we've seen Yuumi once or twice so far. I don't know if it's been, I can check my notes, of course. I don't know if it's been these same players, but I don't believe it ended up going very well for the players. It's always interesting and difficult to pick like a Yuumi before, the enemy team has selected their entire bottom lane. Obviously, we saw the Ashe come in first. An Orianna there means that it's the exact same thing, though, from Sailor Scouts. The heavy, bursty game is what we're looking at from both of these teams. Really, mostly, I would say the burst on Sailor Scouts is going to be a little bit more intense to start off. But if Gamer Snails are able to play this one well and use their ability to engage properly, then they can easily take down at least some of the lanes that they might not be as confident in, like the bottom lane. That might not work as well in their favor.
Listen, anybody can carry any game, even Yumi by herself in solo lane, but I think that this one is going to have to come down to likely a very heavy carry from Ghosty, a very carry heavy from Hanabi, a very carry heavy from Lustfully, just because of the tankiness on the other side of the team here. We have seen Hecarim just absolutely devastate teams in this game so far. It's generally gone pretty well.
Goldflower.
Yeah, oh I know, it's all Goldflower, just using like a really honoring Hecarim's name there and taking care of business. But I think that you know, I'm suspicious. I think that we're gonna have another play to top game, but Baysuri and Hanabi, I mean, LeBlanc's ability to roam and get away with it, you know, shove that lane in, that might actually lead to some really interesting situations here, especially because I think Gamer Snails will have, like you said before, a bit of a struggle bus in the bot lane to start, and may want to actually roam down there and help their team out, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I do love to see a good LeBlanc get out, and take care of business, so...
Oh, yeah. And that's where the burst is really heavy on Gamer Snails. You got the burst from Hecarim and LeBlanc. And then obviously the Sivir being able to roam in, but that might be a little bit of a difficult lane for them. So I think that the mid lane is going to be really where they're focusing here. Sion, a response to that heavy burst on the gangplank there. So hopefully going to try to maintain that one. And then really just, I feel like top lane is going to try to get through that island portion as quickly as possible and make their way down, because that's where they become incredibly useful here on this style of composition for either of these. I am mostly stoked to see, I'm excited to see Leona.
Yeah.
I love Leona pickups. And into the Yumi Sivir is just a spectacular choice for the lane here. Again, we know Lilac Soul loves this Ashe and does an incredible job on this Ashe, so it's going to be a really tough lane for these guys. And it's exciting as well because, you know, you've got Yuki Nagato on the support role, a new member here for the team, and a move from Hanabi. So maybe these swaps will aid them in that and give them, you know, the boost that they need. Maybe they are just absolute masters in these roles and just decided to kind of swap after realizing it. Either way, I do think most of the pressure, obviously we've got such mobile junglers here. I think a lot of it's gonna be in the mid to top lane like we've been seeing for the most part. That last game though, we had a lot of great pressure and moves in the bottom lane. I was stoked to see that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the bot lane that we had in the last game. I'd like to see the same action. Big fan of Haruhi Suzumiya, so Yuki Nagato better put on some performance with that kind of name. Looking forward to that sort of interesting tension. You're right, this bot lane, I want it to be the place to be. Don't you? I want it so badly. I want some action in that bot lane. I want to see that Leona. I want to see that Yumi Sivir combo. And I would love to see some highly mobile mid-champs mixing it up and making a mess of things. Listen, top lane, chill. Just hang out, okay? For once in your life, just come on. We know that Prothean's not going to do that, though, or Noisy. Neither of those players have any sort of passive play style. They always want to be involved. You know,
is this the most passive start, then, that I've seen, really, from either of them?
Yeah, this is... You know, maybe it's because we're getting later in the tournament that players are less inclined to pull some silly stuff. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's less inclined to do any sort of invade. And they're really trying to make picks that will see them into the late game if they can help it. So, nice, easy start here from everybody involved.
You know what? Actually, this is a perfect time to talk about a sponsor.
Oh, yeah.
I feel if you guys haven't actually checked out GameStop.com-esports, it is a really, really cool site that you can look at. They are working with No Mortals, Complexity, Optic Gaming, the Houston Outlaws there for Overwatch, and then some actual, you know, some, I guess, sports is what I call them, esports teams there. But they've got all kinds of videos that they update, as well as, you know, just how to step up your game, you know, whether you're laning in League of Legends or, you know, like little pro training series that they have direct from these teams. So it's a really cool website. And as someone, you know, who has visited GameStop more times than I'd like to admit, it's cool to see them kind of delving into that aspect.
Yeah, I think that's really an interesting corner to have, especially because this physical media market is a dying market, and they have pivoted in such an interesting and innovative way that, you know, the name GameStop still is in people's mouths, and I think that that's a lovely way to pivot your business model, stay relevant, especially to people who are streaming.
Oh yeah. Or for those of you in the EU, Babbages. I don't know if they still have Babbages. That was the EU version. I may or may not have been a GameStop employee for a while at one point.
Ooh, the history of the mysterious Jolly is coming out. I like to hear that, of course. So you were upselling me. I get it.
I play. No, you know that honestly. Okay, and I hate to. I love GameStop. I loved it. I know that they were having a really hard time towards the end of my career there, you know, and trying to transition to include more things because digital gaming has become so big. So it is really cool for me to see that, yeah, they're finally delving into the thing that I swapped over to. So I'm excited about that one. In terms of the game, I guess now that we're done with that.
What game?
Sorry, right? We already closed out of everything, right?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect Gamer Sales or Sailor Scouts. They know how much fun we have.
Oh my gosh, Goldflower is getting jumped on here. Yeah, Noisy did have a nice response though, popping Goldflower up there and disengaging them on that fight, so he's gonna make his way down. Ghosty not wanting to back out quite yet, just in case they do come back up for some more pressure. But we can see Hanabi there in the mid lane. They are going to be going for the Kane. A teleport now coming through from the Scion as they attempt to engage on this one, but you know, Kane is Kane. He escapes from that one, no problem.
Yeah, Kane is Kane, and especially on Goldflower, really exciting and fun to watch. But I'm not going to fangirl too much. We've got some really exciting lanes here. But that early gank, very exciting. Appreciate how exciting that is. And that we've got a little bit of action in this bottom, or in this mid lane here. Base 30 doing a little bit of work, doing a little bit of bullying. You cannot let a LeBlanc think they can outsmart you, ever, under any
Goldflower as well, engaging underneath the first tower there. Getting Ghosty down incredibly low. Hanabi was pushed back behind the tower, actually, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, as Base 30 should have backed up a little bit to give them, Goldflower the pressure that he needed to maintain Hanabi towards the front of that tower.
Yep.
So he didn't pick up anything from that, but he was looking for something for sure and got a lot of damage down on Ghosty in his own jungle.
Yeah.
Her own jungle.
You know, didn't have to secure a kill, just had to kind of go in there and cause a little bit of havoc, especially for Ghosty, who was, you know, playing around in their jungle carefree and did not expect Goldflower to bully them out at that moment. So, good thing Hanabi was there. It still took a lot of damage. We've got some aggression happening from Lilac Soul side. Lilac Soul, did you eat today? Are you feeling a little sassy? Because I saw that, and it's Lustfully is getting bullied, but you know, this is the lane we talked about. Not an easy early lane. Lustfully needs to be able to lay their head low, and Ghosty needs to come and visit, or they just need to get out of the lane. Oh, Zenith Blade gets landed on Lustfully, that's terrifying.
So the Zenith Blade hit, but then the shield was used by Lustfully to block out you there, the hard stun. I'll remember the name here in a second too.
Yeah,
they're from Neculime, so that Sivir ends up working very, very well into the Leona in particular, but it does mean that one of those is going to hit you. If you use the shield for the Zenith Blade, it at least prevents her from getting the lockdown there. But she is going to be able to follow it up with you.
Yeah, and it's a little bit terrifying, but a good Sivir will always be able to pop that shield before they can get caught out. And sometimes they, you know, hover there on purpose to get that extra mana. But Hanabi's doing in some work here, trying to get off those bursts, but not quite successfully. Base 30 did try to use the ult there unsuccessfully, and did get flashed out, but that's just the nature of the mid lane. And you do see Leslie putting in some serious work, and honestly, with the Yuumi on your support, I think sometimes mentally, people don't realize that there are two champs there, and so they kind of go hard in the paint, and often lose themselves and sometimes end up getting killed on accident completely because they don't realize how beefy that Yuumi really can be, and I think that's ultimately Yuumi's strength. Is watching other teams go in aggressively and then trapping them with her ult under tower. So let's hope that does not happen to our very precious Sailor Scouts, but you never know. I've seen that happen to pros as well. And I think that's kind of the strength there, is that Sivir's kind of an understated champ who doesn't get enough credit. And maybe they will underestimate them, but I don't know if Lilac Soul or Neculime is unaware of the situation.
And not only that, but you know, so do keep in mind that if the Zenith Blade is shielded there by the Sivir, that 0.5 like lockdown, it does get negated, but she will still actually engage. So the fact that Lustfully on the very first Zenith Blade that she was hit with was able to shield the Q as opposed to the Zenith Blade in time before it hit is spectacular. So a really good response there from the Sivir, and it's going to need to be maintained. That's kind of the idea going into this fight as well, is it has to be really good timing on that spell shield to be able to prevent the follow-up lockdown.
I love that explanation. That's so thorough, and it just goes to show that Lustfully is going to have to time these so perfectly. Absolutely informative, really interesting, something that I myself didn't really think of.
Yeah, and there it is, another
There it
one,
is
perfect
again.
timing there. Yeah, you have to let the Zenith Blade go through, because either way, she will still jump to you, and that gives her the ability to follow it up with the Q instantly. So great job by Lustfully, really keeping an eye on that, and it is a relatively long cooldown. Oh, wow. All right, shorter than I thought, I guess. She misses that one. Lustfully is going to try to follow this one up, throwing the other spell shield down to block the second Q there. The Gangplank ultimate is going to come by, and another shield actually misses as Necky Lime ends up. Oh my gosh, it did shield that one. Lustfully playing so incredibly well on these engages and putting so much pressure here onto Lilac Soul and Necky Lime. This bottom lane is going very well.
Illustrating.
Ooh, in the top lane, though, Prothean is getting jump on. Ghosty decides to head in on this fight and hand that one over to the Scion. That's going to be an easy pickup, and first blood going over to Gamer Sales, and Hanabi down on this bottom lane. The Solar Flare coming out. That's going to be a pickup there for Hanabi on the Necky Lime. Lilac Soul doesn't have much mana at all to do anything and just has to back out of this fight. Great split engage there from Gamer Snails, picking up one in the top lane and one in the bottom.
Wow, really some serious pressure going on this map so early. We asked for the action in bot lane, and we got it. I'm really honestly enamored now, especially with your additional explanation of how the Zenith Blade really still pulls her there, so they need to block through to that Q to make sure that they don't get stunned. What a lovely thing. How much artful skill will Lustfully surprise us with throughout these games? An incredible performance on the side of that Sivir. Again, like I said, understated champion, utility that she possesses, and the ability to stay in lane almost eternally will serve them very well. And I'm excited to see how that continues on. Rough game for Prothean. Did manage to come in clutch with the ult in the bot lane there. I'm sure that their teammates appreciate that, but unfortunately did end up dying in lane to Noisy, who is notoriously aggressive, notoriously map aware, and probably took advantage of the distraction there. So we're still looking at Hanabi, again, highly mobile champion. Good to see them roam down to that lane at the exact right time where they could secure that kill for their teammates. And Basery didn't really have any recourse there, but there is a lot more utility on the end of Orianna as far as crowd control and as far as setting up really serious team fight tactics. So I'm hoping to see Basery, maybe not in this early lane phase while they're getting bullied by Hanabi, but maybe something a little bit stronger. They're backing right now. Looks like we're getting some pings around bot lane, maybe securing Dragon. Goldflower is already, looks like, setting up for Dragon. Did not engage, but wants to make sure that it's locked down. Both junglers in serious proximity to each other, kind of mean-mugging each other across the river. But it looks like Ghosty is not interested in contending.
No, well, Ghosty's going to get jumped on because there is deep wards there from the side of Sailor Scouts. So Goldflower knew that Ghosty was recalling there, otherwise would have been safe doing that. So some solid vision and keeping eyes on Ghosty in case they did want to try to disengage from that. And again, you know, while we're talking about how well Hanabi's doing, keep in mind we've seen Hanabi in the bottom lane, in the support role for the last 3 weeks. So it's awesome to see how well she's managing to do here in the mid lane on this LeBlanc, and that is going to be an easy pickup for the first dragon of the game, Infernal, going over to Sailor Scouts.
Yeah, good map awareness on everybody's side. You love to see a support break out of that support role, which I think is jungle and support notoriously underappreciated roles that we have had highlight.
Yes. There it is, another spectacular rendition of a perfect spell shield. The exhaust going down onto Lilac Soul is going to beat her demise there. Ultimate coming out from Ghosty as he tries to re-engage here. Noisy onto the back line as he teleports down, gets the pop-up on 2 of them, and now just the Yumi is alive as Lustfully gets taken down on the backside. They are all so low, but can they survive? No! The undead Juggernaut is going to die, unfortunately, for the Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts. Pick up 3 on that one. Yep, Lustfully was the first to go down, so a very successful fight for them after taking that dragon. Oh, actually, Hanabi decides to go in on Goldflower, throws the Ignite down, gets the 1 pick up here. Let's see if Prothean has the skill to avoid that. The barrels did miss on that fight. So much burst damage coming from both of these players here. And then Navi is going to try to sneak around that one, but unable to, as we know Prothean is able to do so much damage so early on.
Yeah, a really good attempt at kiting from Hanabi's side, though. That's exactly what you want to try to do. Still, it was really difficult with Lilac Soul coming in there from having gone down on their death timer. They made it just in time to steal that deal. You hate to see it, but...
Oh, Blade of the Ruin King already picked up and used there by Lilac Soul. Is going to be able to pick up lustfully thanks to the Borg. What an item pickup and what an engage from Lilac Soul.
I have nothing but the highest praise for Lustfully, but unfortunately forgot how vulnerable they are with no real escapes except their ult without Yuumi. Should have waited for their support completely fine. We've got Ghosty, we got Ghosty in the mid here on base 30, trying to take advantage of that Orianna, but really comes in with the ult.
Goodness. Man, Shockwave going down, following it up with a W means Basuri's going to pick up one. Hanabi was right there in the wings, though. The burst onto Ghosty is becoming almost too much now. Gamer Snails need to get a little bit more tank onto Ghosty, who is deciding, obviously, not to do so. Once we get to the final team fight stage, though, Noisy is going to be able to absorb so much of that damage, and there's not really as heavy of a front line for Sailor Scouts. You've got Neki Lime, obviously, on that Leona, but in terms of, solo pick outs, she's much better. Not as great to frontline or an entire team.
Yeah, and for an entire team fight, does not have the wherewithal. The timers are really long. It has a really solid burst, but if you can't burst everybody down, you've got Yuumi out here with the ult, trapping Neki Lime and just going for the kill. And Hanabi again in the bottom lane, proving that she's here to burst them down and help lock down kills. Gets stunned!
Oh no! The heal there from the Yuumi saved Hanabi. That would have definitely been a gray screen LeBlanc, and that's going to give her a bit of a bounty on her head. 4-1-0 for the mid lane here. Hanabi doing a spectacular job as a first appearance here in the mid.
I love a well-in-tuned mid. We've talked about these mids before. Hanabi also being a support, completely enamored with that champion, that character, that player. Very solid performance on that end, being very reliable, helping take advantage of these gaps and Orianna's inability to keep up with LeBlanc's burst and in lane. So, I mean, yes, Orianna has a better late game, will serve their team better.
Another fight here, though, as Goldflower gets taken it down by 3 members there. Hanabi's going to pick up yet another kill. 5-1-0 is what she's sitting at. Yes, she may be behind in CS, but she has the first damage necessary to fight. Missed the chains there, so wasn't able to continue that one up. Basuri trying to engage on this. The Ignite is going to go down. Command Shockwave, but the fantastic warp there from Hanabi was avoided, and that is a wasted ultimate from Basuri. She did leave with her life, but at what cost?
But at what cost? We've got Gamer Snails here grabbing a Shelly. We've got Noisy coming down to help Ghosty. Just make sure they secure that kill. But listen, Hanabi already secured it. Took care of the mid lane, pushed it back. Prothean has no recourse at all to really compete with Shelly. They've locked it down. The Gamer Snails have locked that objective down. Really interested in this Hanabi. Really interested to see this version of Hanabi here in the mid lane. So impressed with the map awareness and control, the burst damage. But again, Orianna does serve their team better later in the game, so don't count them out. They have managed to farm handsomely. That one death is not going to put them down. Again, you get 300 gold from a kill, and they have more than what is proportionate to that. That does not mitigate the success that Basuri has had in this mid lane. Extreme success has made sure that the time that Hanabi has been roaming, they have been farming, and they are planning, they are plotting, they are ready for that team fight.
Yeah, and these command shockwaves, while that last one was dodged there by the LeBlanc, really have been spectacular so far, and as you mentioned, very good roam there and really good pressure in terms of the lane and getting all of that. Yes, the advantage to Yuumi. Gonna ult down on this one, enough to root down Neki Lime. Gonna follow it up with the Solar Flare. That was a few abilities or a few ultimates there used to pick up Neki Lime, who's sitting at 0-3-3, not feeling too great about these engages. And that means Gamer Snails is gonna have easy pickings here onto the Mountain Drake. There may be a response now. Sailor Scouts is acknowledging that, hey, we can't really do anything about that. We don't have a solid front line like the Gamer Snails do. But still, Prothean is going to throw down the ultimate just in case somebody mistimes a smite.
I'm enamored by how close this game is in terms of both skill and scores. Both of these teams are extremely formidable, and they're putting on a show for us. We asked them to play the bot lane, and look what they have done.
Crystalline Arrow did go out and did get a lockdown there onto, I believe it was Hanabi, but Ghosty was just able to jump in, and there's the burst that we were talking about. A flash and a swing of the axe, or I guess, you know, the blade there from the Hecarim. Means dead Lilac Soul 2, 2 and 2, still doesn't feel horrible, still doing really well in terms of the lane itself. But this Yuumi is turning out to be indispensable, really, for this team.
Yeah, an absolutely meme of a champion, usually kind of undervalued like we were talking about, but people underestimate her and she becomes kind of a huge threat. People want to delete her from the game. I can see why right now, with that Yuumi with 4 assists, has really come through for Lustfully, and these two together, it makes an incredible amount of teamwork. I don't want to use the word synergy, but I'm gonna. Incredible synergy from Lustfully and Yuki Nagato down there in the bot lane, and I can't stress this enough. These players are giving us what we want. We absolutely adore both of these teams. I cannot believe the amount of wonderful gameplay has already happened. 18 minutes into the game, and we asked for a longer game, and it's looking to shape out that way.
My gosh, Hanabi, though, jumping under tower. Noisy actually taking the aggression on that entire fight, so Hanabi still at full health, is able to jump in onto Vasuri, throws down the Ignite. The command shockwave does hit Vasuri, and she should be able to survive this one, and manages to pick up the shutdown onto Hanabi. Gets popped up there by Noisy. Noisy in turn takes one shot from the tower, and a double kill going over to Vasuri, and only a flash and an ultimate extended for a phenomenal turn. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the ultimate movie does come out again. Lustfully is going to pick up Lilac Soul as Ghosty engages on that fight. Neki Lime just doing her best to escape from that fight, as there is no turning and resolving this one for the Sailor Scouts.
Solid rotation on the part of Ghosty, recognizing that there was already an engagement happening on top and really wanted to try to even the odds and recoup any sort of losses that they had by heading bot to take care of that Lilac Soul. Tower diving's the name of the game right now. We've got lots and lots of tower diving happening. A lot of very bold plays coming from Hanabi, coming from Ghosty, coming from Vasuri, who just got a double kill. Really did a real classic 2v1 duel and did it so stylishly. An incredible upstart here. Every single player that we have so far has really brought their best game here. Neither of these teams want to give any sort of ability to let the other team snowball out of control. We are looking at a long-form, very good game that has developed here, and it looks like we had a bit of a lane swap with the top on bot lane. We've got Noisy and Prothean down here. They've decided to bring the Clash of the Titans down to bot lane, got bored of top lane, and now we've got the quote-unquote top lane. There's a ton of action happening there with Ghosty coming in on Neki Lime, trying to flip that deal.
Oh no, Neki Lime is going to use the onslaught, or not Neki Lime, Onslaught of Shadows is going to come out. Goldflower is going to get exhausted on this one, picking up a double kill though onto the Yuumi. Just too much damage coming out here from Sailor Scouts, and not a quick enough response, not enough shielding there from Gamer Snails. They need Noisy to engage on these fights when you have Neki Lime here. If it's not a 5v5, it is very easy for Neki Lime to front line that engage and allow for Goldflower and Lilac Soul to burst down in the long run, and they are going to immediately turn their focus onto this Baron. No vision from Gamer Snails, but also really no response available, to be honest, from them, even if they wanted to.
Yeah, there's no recourse here for them, unfortunately. They are going to take this objective, and this is the cause-effect thing that you and I have always discussed. When you get all of those kills, when you sweep somebody in top lane, or bot lane, I'm confused about which lane is which now at this point. You gotta take that Baron. It's very aggressive, it's very ambitious, and I absolutely respect it. But you've got Noisy down here trying just to shut down Prothean, shut them out of their farm, make sure that they absolutely can't really farm at all. Prothean has had a difficult few games and was the star player on this Sailor Scouts team for quite some time, but has had a tough time of it. I don't think that this is a problem lane either, though. It's the same thing that we saw before when ADCs were playing to each other. Sometimes the lanes just get left alone and don't really recoup an advantage. However, they stay even. as is the case here. They're doing their very best, not super far behind on Prothean's part, still keeping their head together, but Goldflower is absolutely making a mess of the rest of the map, so does it really matter if Prothean is a star player? Absolutely not. Goldflower has this one on lockdown.
I do think it was an interesting decision to send Yuki and Lustfully up toward the top lane. I'm not sure who made the swap first, whether it was Prothean going down bot or Noisy or, you know, the bottom lanes moving up top lane. But by putting the more vulnerable champion there of Lustfully and Yuki in the top lane next to the recently spawned Garen like that, it's putting a really big target on their head. And now in the bottom lane, Noisy is getting jumped on. The Solar player is going to come through, and nothing you can do in a 4v1, whether or not you are under tower here. Once again, the Juggernaut goes down. Ghosty is going to find Basuri, or rather Basuri finds Ghosty there and instantly bursts her down. So it ends up being all in favor there of the Sailor Scouts.
Yeah, we might be seeing something snowballing here. That can happen, especially with all the objectives that Sailor Scouts has managed to lock down. They are ahead of Dragons now, but Lustfully is doing their very best with this Yuumi. Catch up in resources, get as much as possible, and get a really solid power spike in this mid to late game period. We do see that the game is hinging on Lustfully at this point to carry, and Hanabi as well to maintain their map awareness, shut down these incredible strides that Sailor Scout is making. And it looks like there's a bit of a skirmish happening. Instead of opting to stay to take that tower down, there is oof.
Uh-oh, looks like Hanabi's gonna be the first one found out here, and she will go down. That bottom turret getting taken down as Goldflower wants to continue the engage here onto Ghosty. Ultimate coming out from both Noisy and from Yuki aren't going to quite lock down the people that they wanted to. The ultimate also from the Sivir and Ghosty as a disengage there. The Baron buff is going to do a lot for Sailor Scouts. Don't know. Lilac Soul did get popped up, taking quite a bit of damage, and oh my gosh, Lustfully is going to find out the elimination there. Solar Flare coming out from Neki Lime. Nails two of those members of Gamer Snails down, prevents them from re-engaging onto that. So Sailor Scouts pushing their luck a little bit and losing Lilac Soul in the process.
Yeah, Gamer Snails had a very good proportionate reaction. They know they have the Baron buff. They know they have to bring out the big guns to keep from losing that tower. But meanwhile, you've got Base 30 on top there, split pushing, taking as many resources as humanly possible. And Lustfully back in the top lane, just trying to get those resources, trying to out-farm and recover some of the lost ground that Gamer Snails has here.
Hanabi's in a scary situation. Goldflower was the target there, but two other members of Sailor Scouts were on the other side of the wall and were able to very easily hop over, I mean, you know, with a flash, but easily able to engage on that one. Now Basuri should be able to burst down Lustfully in this one. Lustfully, you don't want to engage on that fight, especially not with two other members of Sailor Scouts. Again, whether or not you have a tower, that burst damage is going to burn through whatever you have, including that Yuumi. So a good call on disengaging from that fight from Lustfully, and now Sailor Scouts have total control over this map.
Yeah, I like I was saying before, Hanabi doesn't have an incredible late game. Doesn't have the same kind of team fight mechanics that Basuri does later on. And Basuri has proven that they were patient. They didn't tilt. Despite Hanabi's repeated roams and picking up many, many kills, Basuri is in this game, and they have their head in the game. They know what their function is, and it is not to roam, it is not to burst in the same way as Hanabi, whereas it seems that the tables have kind of turned. Hanabi doesn't know exactly what their function is in this game now. Now that the laning phase is over, the roaming has kind of become less fragile for the bot lane, and now they just need to find their place as a backline assassin during team fights. Hang back,
and over
wait.
100 CS down. Keep this in mind. While Hanabi was picking up as many kills as possible, the roams now from from Hanabi ended up working in Basuri's favor by being able to clean up those lanes. You know, still a good job from Gamer Snails at the 3 towers. They still have had pressure because early on they did have a slight advantage there. But you know, I'm gonna call myself out here. I said Sailor Scouts didn't have as much tank, but with Goldflower and with Prothean on the champions they're on, they have the survivability necessary, or the survivability required. That Neki Lime is really the only necessary tank to frontline that, and the additional CC that she's offering really from 3 abilities there. as well as being able to shield herself a bit and do a tiny bit of AoE damage there has been spectacular. Lilac Soul, we haven't seen as many crazy crystalline arrows, but it looks like another engage here potentially for Sailor Scouts as Goldflower finds out the back line. Comes on to Ghosty. There's a crystalline arrow just barely being avoided by all of the Gamer Snails. It's going to slide right past him. And Gamer Snails are going to actually re-engage onto this one. The Scion trying to get the lockdown here. The ultimate from the Hecarim on the backline. Yumi's going to pick up an elimination there, getting burned down very, very quickly. And so much damage coming up from Lilac Soul, who has taken nothing. Is not a target for these guys. Noisy now trying to focus down Prothean, but Prothean has oranges and can remove that scurvy. Hanabi now, as the final member on this team, is going to have to recall, and Sailor Scouts find themselves another successful fight.
Wow, nice. Interesting how that fight turned around so much with that noisy engage. It was beautiful. Ghost T coming from the back, going for the back line, but unfortunately the failure to focus Lilac Soul to take care of that back line has cost Gamer Snails another objective. This dragon here, Ocean Drake, is not going to end up in Gamer Snails' court. We now have 3 dragons under the tendency of Sailor Scouts. This is the consequences of their actions here. Unfortunately, not being able to pay attention to that back line. They do know, I think they have learned now though. I think Hanabi does know what their function is. It is to focus the back line and shut Lilac Soul down as quickly as possible. Shut down base Surrey. Whoever really seems to be dealing out the most damage at that time, that's their job, and I think we're going to see that hopefully going forward. Because Gamer Snails, if anything, are adaptable and scrappy, and they know when they make mistakes, and they do a good job of coming back from that. So we'll see what happens here. Sailor Scouts, though, relentless, ruthless strategy, especially focused around objectives. We have seen most teams securing Barons securing Barons twice in games is pretty rare for us. Actually, I don't think we've seen that too many times.
Is that a last whisper on Scion?
Listen, I don't know if he wants to talk about it.
We can see the Bramble Vest there being picked up by the Hecarim, but still nobody focusing out that Ashe, and a great pickup as well. I talked about the early Blade of the Ruling King. Now Ghosty has been spotted out. Hanabi is there on the back line. He's going to try to follow up, but Ashe is also there, so they have to recall back directly into the Solar Flare from the Leona. And now this Yumi is just trying to stay alive. Hanabi the next target, down to 3 members there. All of them to Goldflower as Sailor Scouts find themselves another incredibly successful fight and are capable of immediately turning on this Baron. Nothing that Gamer Snails are able to do about it.
Such a strong lane phase from both teams. Gamer Snails coming out ahead in the lane phase, but unfortunately the mid to late game securing these objectives, it just began to hemorrhage and snowball. We saw it when they started to wipe the bot lane with that first Baron buff, and now they are on their second Baron. It's a little bit dizzying how quickly the Sailor Scouts begin to take advantage of this lead that they had when Gamer Snails brought such a strong presence. But again, Sailor Scouts does have a stronger team fight just in terms of pure utility. But Gamer Snails is not out for the count. They have incredible engage, especially with that Scion there, with that Hecarim there. They do have the ability, even Yumi has a solid engage as long as she is not on Lustfully. So, I mean, you can't underestimate that.
Ghost T probably needed to start building armor a little bit earlier, or building a little bit of survivability earlier on. And keep in mind as well that Sivir is spectacular early game. She certainly falls off harder than the Ashe does later game, and a lot of her usefulness in late game in terms of Sivir is her utility and what she offers with her ultimate, but there has been none of that utility available because that's really for trying to engage on these fights, not trying to disengage. And so with Sivir going down as quickly as she has in these fights, it's been difficult for Sivir to even provide any late game utility that really is the main thing that she has to offer this far into the game.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough late game for Gamer Snails here. They just have to kind of strategically get picks and make sure they pay attention during team fights, not to get caught by that Solar Flare, not to get caught by a lot of these utilities that Sailor Scouts can utilize against them. And even then, if they do find picks, they still have Prothean and the ability to engage from across the map. So things are not looking incredibly bright, but they still have plenty of skill. They have a lot of skill, a lot of really intelligent players who know how to make these calls. So we're hoping that Ghosty makes the right call here.
That's not a good bad positioning though from Ghosty, having to use the onslaught to escape from that one. That actually is going to allow Goldflower to immediately jump on the back line. So maybe a double misplay there from Ghosty as Hanabi tries to engage. The remainder of them, the Ignite is going to take them down. Hanabi is ignited herself, but is going to be able to survive this fight. And you know, that's the second time we've seen a bit of out of positioning, just going too far out. You know how much damage these guys are doing. The Sailor Scouts are bursting everyone down on Gamer Snails. So a little too much pressure from them. Hanabi's gonna try to do her best to get some damage, but come on, you gotta fight under tower, guys. All the ultimates now coming out. Double kill going over the Lilac Soul. And I mean, the ultimate is coming, or the Noisy, I think, just actually popped. Popped the ultimate, yeah, at the beginning of that. So this will spell the end of the game, most likely for the Gamer Snails here.
Now we do have Ghosty coming in the last-ditch effort to try to use that ult to mitigate some of the damage. Yuki Nagato does not have a target to stay on. Unfortunately, that mitigates Yumi's effectiveness. Lustfully has to watch, not lustfully, but forlornly, as their Nexus goes down. And we're actually going to cut to break now, but we will discuss what was a very sad fall from grace for the Gamer Snails.
Story I used to hear, to run on and to end disappear. Your story is to come from the heart, moving together and tear me apart.
Okay, so a little bit of information. I'm sure that some of you guys, at least based on the chat, are slightly aware. Sailor Scouts did say in the middle of the match they did not realize that it was supposed to be a majority either female or non-binary. So while they did win that game, Gamer Snails are going to be moving on to the next round as Sailor Scouts were disqualified from this round. So good on you guys, Sailor Scouts. Thank you so much for coming out about that and saying, hey, we didn't realize it. But, you know, we'll take the disqualification. So thank you for not trying to hide that. We really appreciate the integrity that you guys showed there. And Gamer Snails are going to end up moving on. So that feels pretty good for them after a pretty rough loss to start the game really well.
Yeah, and they put in their all. They gave it everything that they possibly could in that laning phase, but definitely fell apart in that late game. So that's definitely something as they move on to mitigate, to make sure that the comp that they have serves them well in early game, the laning phase, as well as late game, because there is no guarantee that you can end the game before 20 minutes with that very strong LeBlanc game. She can't do those team fights very well and needs to remember that target prio. And that was not present in that game, but the next game that we're going to go to we won't have Gamer Snails in the next game, but they will be moving on from here. So again, kudos to Sailor Scouts. We appreciate the honesty there.
Yeah.
And we really, I would love to see them play again with the correct rule set and I would welcome them back. So please, we are super fond of that team, and we appreciate your honesty, and we're happy to see Gamer Snails get a second chance to show their redemption. So
yes, that is great, and you know, I do like I just love the integrity of calling yourself out. It's hard to do, and you know, sorry that you guys weren't aware. I feel it's you know kind of something that we've been trying to pressure, but I don't know how much information you guys get. So thank you so much for being genuine and letting us know. Hey, you know, we flubbed it a little bit this week. But hopefully next week they come back bigger, better, stronger with, you know, 3 female or non-binary players. If I'm not mistaken, that would just be the replacement of Baysuri, who was the one that hopped in there. I can imagine because they played with otherwise the same roster the previous weeks that, you know, they can find another female and they have at least 2 on there. We are going to take a quick hop into a break. We'll show you guys the bracket another time here after that finishes, and we will hop into the second semifinals game here with Limit Testers and Your Nightmares.
Please stick around.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Come on, breathe, breathe, breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
The viewers too, you know.
Yeah, you guys, the viewers.
Yeah.
Welcome back here. We are super, super excited to continue this tournament. We had a little bit of a what would you call it, Jolly? A little bit of a speed bump.
Yeah, just a little bump, a little not you know misinterpretation maybe of the rules here. But again, thank you to Sailor Scouts for being so genuine and letting us know you guys called yourselves out, which is super cool. So much better than you know us maybe going down the line and finding out later on and then having to deal with the repercussions of that. But that does mean that Gamer Snails are going to be moving on. This next match will not include them as we have the semifinals, second game of semifinals going in. A couple of very familiar players here. You may have recognized them from the finals of the third week last week and the second week 2 weeks ago, if you can count. So Limit Testers and Your Nightmare is going to be facing up against each other. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket here. Oh, Gamer Snails are going to be moving on to the finals as that was one of the semifinals games here. So we'll find out exactly who they play against. And Gamer Snails has the opportunity to watch this game go down and, you know, maybe gain a little bit of insight on whoever the victor is on this one. what is your take going into the third time that we have seen these guys go up against each other, and Limit Testers falling behind 2 times after a very, very hard fight?
Yeah, so Fake Dang, who is also the sub for their team, apparently their captain's
Fake
out. I
Dang.
don't know. Allegedly their captain's out. But their new top has been performing really well. And I'm excited to see if that continued synergy that they had on that Shen carries over into these games, because that seems to be the clutch. That was the edge in this last game. That was how they managed to lock everything down. But I don't know if I even want to speculate about your Nightmares, because they have had incredible games so far. They've showed some incredible prowess. They have sometimes even played with their food on the Rift. I don't know if you've noticed that, which has been really interesting. But I think that everybody has a tendency to trend towards the underdogs. So while we are very fond of your Nightmares, of course, we are giving Limit Testers, the majority of our, advice and our analysis, just because your Nightmares, they have it on lock. They don't need our advice. They don't need our
take
help.
it down a notch, okay?
Yeah, I hate you
They
that one.
need
Just
an
kidding.
ego
I
check.
love Nightmares.
Yeah,
Listen.
And these previous games have been very, very even. The last one that we
have.
saw, I think, was like 36 minutes. Maybe I usually write that down in my notes, so
I know we're
see if
both.
I'm about accurate. That's the only one I didn't write the time down, but I think it was like 36, 37 minutes on that one. So definitely one of the longer games that we've seen, and so hard fought, and really going in no one's favor for the first half of those games. And then it's really just the amount that your Nightmares is able to pick up after each small success. And I kind of touched on this a little bit ago, actually referencing both of these teams, in that a lot of these teams don't necessarily know, I'm not sure if it's maybe communication or of a captain not being as confident in themselves, or maybe over speaking, things like that. That tends to be the biggest issue in terms of not really gaining as much as you possibly can after a successful fight, whether it's a full ace, even just, a fight around the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit. So hopefully Limit Testers has kind of been able to figure out one or two main shot callers and exactly how to gain the most momentum off of these successful fights, or how to prevent, going into a fight where if they do end up losing, they will lose a lot of ground.
Yeah, I think that you actually touched on a really good point there. If you engage with your Nightmares, you need to be sure that it's not a trap, because that has been a continued theme that we have seen from all of these teams, is that they get psychologically roped into these what they think are easy kills. I would say my biggest advice when playing against your Nightmares is not to chase kills. Honestly, don't focus on kills. Focus on team fights that come to you, and if you happen to win that team fight, if it is in a good situation, make sure you leverage objectives off of that. Don't seek out these stylish kills that you find in the jungle or that you find in lane, because often with your Nightmares, that's not what is actually reality. It turns out to be a very nasty situation where these teams lose so much more than they think that they're actually putting on the line. It's just these the carrot dangling in front of them is kind of like, listen, it's kind of a cruel style of play, and I'm not gonna lie, your Nightmares. Hopefully somebody can give you a run for your money, because the way that they play in these games is really honestly quite incredible. The synergy between them, the way that they will back off of objectives to let the other team come in and make huge mistakes with the whole team hiding out in the jungle. That stuff is really, really nasty for other teams to mitigate. So they just need to make sure that the engages that they make are well gauged. They know where every champion is. That's the other thing. We both love it. You've made me love it. Vision is the only way to truly understand where your Nightmares is and how they are setting up these different tactical ganks, how they're setting up these different tactical team fights, how they are tricking people into engaging objectives, burning their team down, and then they just swoop in and take it. So again, vision is going to be the name of the game, and a lot of very careful self-control. I mean, don't be shy giving up potential ganks. Don't be shy giving up potential team fights. Do not chase kills. And I think that Limit Testers, whether they win or not, I think they will put up a really, really solid fight, because they have shown, especially in the last game that we watched, they're here to win.
Yes, and they definitely have the prowess, making it into the finals 2 times in a row there. They've really shown up each time. And that is by far the biggest thing for me. When it gets to the late game, only engage on things, that you know you can really pick up something off of. Early game, a lot of vision manipulation, not just in terms of throwing down wards and doing counter vision, but also breaking vision has been a big thing. Or like you mentioned, hiding in the jungle. Really using their time wisely in terms of waiting there. We've seen a couple teams go up against Your Nightmares or Limit Testers and waste a little bit of time. And that little bit, you think, oh, only 30 seconds was wasted and nothing was gained from that. Well, then what is the other side gaining during those 30 seconds? It may have been a spectacular 30 seconds for them when you ended up giving over that little bit of leverage. So it's going to be interesting to see the tactic that Limit Testers go into this one. And oh, they've got to be stoked on this and also fuming, going up against their, I don't want to say, it's not their successors at all, but it is definitely the victors of the last two finals weeks, the victors of the overall tournament for week 2 and week 3. So this is a huge one for them. They also have a lot on the line just in terms of, of how they feel about themselves as players, and they can do this absolutely. Your Nightmares they need to get taken down a notch. Like I said, they need to get taken down.
Yeah, just a tiny little bit. I'm a big, okay, so listen, we've both picked our favorites too on here. Like I absolutely adore Solaris Revenge, Ame. And I think that Alpha Male Jungler, of course, we own the fan page on Facebook for Alpha Male Jungler now. So
right?
Make sure you look that up. It's run by 2 casters. It's actually against the rules of the tournament. So we'll have to let you know about that later. Maybe we'll go join Sailor Scouts later.
Right, we might not be here for the finals.
yeah, no, just kidding. We're huge fans of Your Nightmares, so we're not disparaging. But in the world of League of Legends, we love to see an upset. We like to see a comeback. We like to see more than one team dominate. We really like to see different ebb and flow. And you know what? Nobody likes to stomp. It feels okay for a little while, but at some point you're going to want some formidable foes, some formidable challengers. And if Limit Testers are the rivals for Your Nightmares, I'll be extremely happy. And I'm sure Dang will too once he gets back if he's not playing today. So I think that'll be really cool. I think it'll be really, really interesting to see if they are the ones who rise to the challenge, because we did last week, you and I put out an impassioned call. We said, hey, you're a different team. Come on down and try to, show this team what is up. But we'll see. I really think that a lot of teams have made different changes to their compositions as well and are showing themselves to be fairly formidable. Game Mercenaries did a great job in their last game. They just kind of fell apart at the end game there. So I mean, it's anybody's game. I'm really interested to see who comes out.
The first step in this is going to be Champion Select. We're going to pop over to that in just a moment. There we go. Your Nightmares on the blue side, Limit Testers on the red side, and we do still have Dang out on this one. It looks like the exact same team here for Your Nightmares.
So on the Limit Testers, on the Your Nightmares side, sign me up in the top lane. Had that amazing, cute, bouncy performance as Lilia. We were really excited to see that. Say what you will about Your Nightmares, but they put on a hilarious performance. We've got Alpha Male Jungler, our favorite, Solaris Revenge in mid, Ame, and Clorox on the rocks. A very tried and true solid double there.
Possibly my second favorite name, actually.
Absolutely.
That's the only way you can drink Clorox is on the rocks.
Absolutely, especially during this period of time with the pandemic.
2 fingers on the rocks. That's how you do it. All right, looks like a couple of the bans are coming through. Ezreal and Kane on these guys' side. We know how much Elise loves the Ashe, so I'm surprised that one's not picked up. But actually, the Ezreal has also been a spectacular play for Elise here. Elise definitely one of the hard carries on the side of Limit Testers, and I don't just say that because because Ame is on the other side with the Vayne, or who played the Vayne. But Elise and Pistachio, the Vayne. I mean, I got it, the Vayne, the pentakill Vayne. But Elise and Pistachio, of all of these teams to stand up against Ame and Clorox on the rock, these are the guys, the gals, to take them on and take them down. So that would be why Your Nightmares is kind of targeting part of that out.
Yeah, absolutely. They are absolutely a very formidable part here. And I would say that Ame and Clorix on the rocks, they definitely make an incredible duo, and that's something they should be intimidated by. But on the other end of the spectrum here, Elise and Pistachio in that last game just absolutely dominated. And I was really impressed. But Ame and Elise both do trend towards Ashe, depending on the situation. So I'm going to be really interested. Is ADC going to take Prio in the picks here? That would be incredibly interesting, incredibly telling on what these teams are prioritizing. But the bans are already kind of showing us what we're looking at. We're again looking at this kind of jungler top trending. Even with the Ezreal ban there, we've still got majority top jungle picks on bans. Sign up taking the Shen disrespectfully.
Yeah,
away
right?
from
Like,
Arthadius.
oh, you did well on Shen? Well, watch this. And so immediately Arthadius is going to pick up, you know, one of I would say, my least favorite lane opponents, to be honest. The Mordekaiser is just terrifying. And when it comes to late game, being able to pick out whoever you want and bring them into the realm of shadows really is rough. The Graves pick up again there by Luckman. We just saw him. I mean, I wrote MVP next to him because, oh my gosh, next to her. Sorry, they're all females again.
Again.
Luckman, you are a girl. I would love, that would be spectacular if that was the case, but
That would be
that seems more like a guy's name. Alpha Male Jungle, yes, picked up the Vi, which I think is the first thing we saw her on, if I'm not mistaken, and just do a spectacular job with it. I do adore me some Vi, so aggressive. And, you know, very mobile as well. So a good response there. And oh my goodness.
The classic.
It's back.
The classic Solaris Revenge. Cassiopeia, the very first pick we saw. We just absolutely adored this player when they first did some very ballsy pre-game, before the creeps even came out, moves on the mid lane there, and then continued to impress us with their incredible map presence. Dopamini, though, we saw Dopamini's incredible performance as well. Solaris Revenge has it cut out for them. They are absolutely looking for a challenge, and they know this. Both of these teams know each other. They absolutely know what they're out for, but I am actually really, again, speaking to Alpha Male Jungle, impressed with that, because that is a direct counterpick to Luckman, and if they watched the last game, that's a declaration of war of limit testers.
Oh yeah, it's going to be easy pickings there if Alpha Male Jungle is able to engage quickly, and from what we've seen in the past here, that is how they like to do things, you know, engaging heavy backlines, engaging early game into the enemy jungle, but we've seen the exact same thing from Luckman, that previous game, same kind of deal. Just, I mean, very first thing, going in towards the top side to get a little bit of pressure and give Arthadius some more lane presence there early on. The Lux there in the mid lane against Solari's Revenge. Dopamini, we've seen it pick up the Lux a few times here. Just in that previous game, we've got the Graves and the Lux from the game one earlier today. And that went very, very well. The final spark coming in clutch so many times, even though the laning phase wasn't as successful.
Yeah, listen, with Dopamini on that Lux, even if they lose their lane, I'd still build a little MR. Just because the sheer burst that they had in that last game. It's not even necessarily about the breadth of burst, but it's the way that they used their ult and the way that they lined it up to hit as many champions as humanly possible. Really was the clutch that helped limit testers just kind of like wipe up the rest of the game. And I was really impressed with the map awareness on that one. The Ashe comes out on the Elise. Was surprised to not see that ban. I love the Vayne Respect ban. Let's talk about how lovely it is to have a good storied pentakill terror sitting on top of our tournament right now. Other casters would kill for that kind of tension, and to see it come out again.
And it was a Vayne Lulu bot lane as well.
It was.
So, you know, it's a whole respect on both Ame and Clorox on the rock. Hey, we don't want any of that going on.
Yeah, you know, a pentakill for an ADC is a pentakill for the entire team, but mostly the support deserves that respect. Caitlyn is a perfect, they're not a counter. These two actually are very well matched to each other. It's much like Ahri and Lux. This is a very classic matchup. These two champs, you used to play Ashe in the tutorial. I don't know if you remember that. One of the very first champs. Caitlyn was my first ADC because she's safe. She's definitely a safe pick.
She's a great start, but she's
absolutely
so consistently good because, I mean, her kit is basic, you know, and that's why she's an easy pick, and also she's got the longest range there in terms of just auto attacks. But having the ability to get early crit damage is immense, and I do also like the aggressive Nami pickup there from Ame, and then we've got a Thresh in response. The trouble with Thresh against the Nami is if you see the Thresh winding up for that hook, you can throw a bubble out. However, if the Thresh is aiming for the Nami, then it's just going to be a swap. The Nami will get hooked and the Thresh will get bubbled. So that'll be an interesting matchup to see.
The old League of Legends switcheroo, as we call it here on the desk. Love to see it. You know what I really like about the contrast of these teams is that they are evenly, we've got a really good solid AP AD ratio, a very good tank ratio, a very good, just all around. These teams have respectfully picked very nicely matching puzzle pieces. They are definitely broadcasting to us that this game is serious and it's going to go on for as long as humanly possible. This is a very well even matched team. Nobody is really glaringly counterpicked in this situation. It's going to come down to the players, their resolve, and their will to win, Jolly.
Yeah, they've got a good mix of late game and early game on both sides, really. Maybe, I don't even want to say more focus on the late game because they've got such a great split across the board and really good potential for engages here. I would say Your Nightmares probably has a little bit of an edge on being able to engage on a really safe fight, but Limit Testers has the ability easily to disengage as well from that. If they do decide to engage, they have a little bit of a shorter potential, but it is still there.
Yeah, I definitely see some of the pitfalls on either team. As far as actually picking strengths, though, which one do you think is gonna mechanically comes out on top? I just want to know your very basic.
That's
do you have any do you see any sort of very serious edge that any other team has mechanically speaking?
I feel like alpha male jungle. I don't know why, but I feel like Vi is definitely a main.
Yeah.
For her, and then to see the Cassiopeia come through for Solari's Revenge, I'm worried about not even so much of their ability to play, but just their proficiency on these specific champions. And I guess therefore that does impact their ability to play. But being able to know exactly what they are capable of doing in terms of damage and taking damage and engaging on fights or knowing when to disengage on fights, that kind of thing that comes really only with playing a certain champion a lot or playing against a certain champion a lot. I don't want to say Your Nightmares, but I would be really worried about Alpha Male Jungler and Solari's Revenge, which I probably would have said at the beginning anyway, just based on the past that we've had with these two.
Yeah.
The history that we've had, but on these champions specifically, I think we really have to watch out.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's not trend too hard to Your Nightmares, but there is the consideration that Limit Testers has had some roster changes, and Your Nightmares has never had any sort of roster change. So we've had 2 players. I think Limit had Husky Templar in the jungle as well, and so Luckman will have their work cut out for them. I glanced in the Twitch chat and somebody said Alpha Male Jungler is everybody's counter.
Right, it's true. It's
the
so
counter
true.
of my heart, perhaps.
So
definitely
true.
rough. Definitely rough on the part of Limit Testers. But listen, this is a really great time to I'm not saying to say prove us wrong, but it's a really great time for Limit Testers to rise to the challenge and prove that they are adaptable and they have the self-control, and more than that they can outfox the tricks that Your Nightmares likes to place around. They really are a nightmare. They're just a nightmare.
They are. It's such a fitting name, to be honest. Like I said, I have barely gotten any sleep actually since that last week. So it'll be interesting to see these teams not going into the finals together, being seated on the same side of the bracket in the semifinals here. But also nice to see both teams still maintaining that consistency, still doing a great job and making it this far into the tournament. But only one of them will be able to go up against the Gamer Snails, who made it through in that last semifinals game that we just saw. And you know what? I don't want to say I'm concerned for Gamer Snails either way, but it's going to be a tough match either way, just because both of these teams, they're so darn good. And Gamer Snails absolutely has the ability to respond. I don't know if we've seen them play up against these teams in a while now, but hopefully they've been doing at least a little bit of research.
Yeah, again, I love to imagine these teams posed in front of a whiteboard, going over there's crude drawings of Cassiopeia as a snake on there, and I'll find the counters here. But this is an interesting tactic so far. We've got some, we got a little bit of action going on here.
Cassiopeia doing a good job of, you know, bursting away some of the members of Limit Testers who were trying to be a little bit pushy there towards the beginning. Had to recall for 3 members. They had plenty of time to do that, of course, though. Solar's Revenge actually deciding not to recall on that one. Usually you'd think, you know, just to get that mana back.
Yeah, just to top it off.
Yeah, when you have the time, it's worth it. Looks like, already that sweeper is going to be used by Sign Me Up to remove that. That, I believe, was the only ward that was placed there, so Limit Testers using that vision right off the bat. But hey, they also know that Alpha Male Jungler is obviously going to start there at the blue.
Yeah, of course. I mean, naturally. They got the information that they wanted. So, I mean, at least there's that. But yeah, definitely Sign Me Up was like, I'm not going to let you, we do this. We're not going to let you do this. So, definitely a very strong statement from your Nightmares to begin, but also a strong statement from Limit Testers. We don't see that deep vision super often from especially the early games in this tournament as they're matched up. And so, I mean, they're here to stay. They're here to play.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully they are, because we're here to cast them playing.
Seriously, I'm so tired of casting to an empty room. No, I'm just kidding. This is actually this game, we already know that they're extremely serious about this. Limit Testers has shown like an implicit professionalism with the way that they approach each new game, and they have grown and they have changed, not just in terms of their roster either, but in terms of their ability to communicate. I have seen them make very serious changes when they've like miscommunicated. They always come back a lot stronger. They always kind of analyze it, it seems like on the spot when they have something wanting. And this addition of the top lane, Arthidius, with the right kind of map awareness, that Mordekaiser can carry the whole game. So it'll be really interesting to try to make that happen. I would really like to see Arthidius do the same amount of finessing, the same performance, the same awareness. They're already clashing. Sign Me Up and Arthidius are already just smacking each other with blows and trying to get a little bit of an edge there. So looks like we got some pings coming in here too. From the Graves, I think? No, this is from the other side, from your Nightmares, and they're trying to close in on this and mitigate Luckman's very first gank.
The play is going to force Ame to flash there, who survives just barely thanks to a pot that was popped early on. Alpha Male Jungler has the response, gets hooked by the Thresh, and is going to follow it up with a play. Another missed bubble is going to give First Blood there over to Elise. Elise did have to use the flash and the heal on that engage, but we can see Dopamine coming down to support here as a couple more members of your Nightmares engage. The nearsightedness is going to make things difficult. Clark's on the rock, gonna ult out, and oh no, a hook landing onto Ame means Limit Testers are gonna pick up another one in that fight. Luckily it does go down, but that is several summoner spells out and 2 kills there for Limit Testers. Such a good engage and amazing response times.
Oh no, now I'm even more worried for Limit Testers. With a good start like that, how are you not going to get lazy? I'm just kidding, I'm joking.
That's
I just
the
want
way
them
to win.
Yeah, that's how you win. No, that was an incredible, I got goosebumps during that. An incredible teamwork. It was very like inspiring watching them all come down there to make sure that they protected their bot lane.
Arthidius taking a lot of damage here. A great pullback onto Sign Me Up.
Incredibly.
And the flash was just expended by Sign Me Up to follow up on that. So she was not able to re-engage on that fight. Arthidius gonna have to recall, but fantastic work on staying alive.
Yeah, really incredible performance from both teams right now. The teamwork there with Arthidius really just backing out at the last minute could have turned out real bad, but absolutely preserved their situation up top. Luckman definitely a little down on his luck, I would say, but nothing they can't come back from. And especially because Graves has a very strong start, and these other, it already seems like your Nightmares was kind of caught out, kind of maybe taken aback by the amount of sheer synergy between Limit Testers, all of them coming to bot lane to support them and make sure that that Elise feels like they aren't against the pentakill champion of the world all alone.
Right.
So very nice, good for morale. You love to see that kind of love and friendship in a game like this.
And both of those kills going over to the Ashe is going to be huge for them.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, whether it's early on or later in the game, because that's going to attribute to the late game for them. We got some pings coming out towards Dragon. Limit Testers wants to engage on this. They just saw Your Nightmares come through and clear out some vision, place a little bit of their own, but the Scuttle Crab did go over to the red side, so they're going to begin this engage. And really, you know, based on at least the positioning of the other players here, there's not a ton that can be done. We do have an on-the-way ping, a couple on-the-way pings, though. Alpha Male Jungler wants to prevent this one from being taken, and they do have the ability here. Pistachio is going to try to prevent them from engaging, and they're going to disengage from the Dragon here. No, Luckman's going to continue up. Pistachio tries to pull aggro away. He is going to make it on the smite there. Luckman goes down to Clorox on the rocks. Maybe not the best one to give that kill over to. Pistachio taking so much of the poison damage and is going to barely survive that one. In the meantime, in the top lane, Arthenius finds the kill and flashes away just in time to avoid that tower shot as Sign Me Up gets taken down.
Limit Testers, how impressive of a performance was that? Even with the loss of Luckman in that particular skirmish, it was kind of inevitable. We saw it coming, but again, the team collapsed in on Your Nightmares and mitigated the amount of damage that absolutely could have been done. They could have lost Pistachio, they could have lost Elise, and did not, thanks to both of those people showing up. So
and
really
Luckman
great
almost
situation.
made it out of there alive as well. I think he was waiting on the cooldown for his dash there,
Dash,
as the cooldown on Flash was already, the Flash was already expended. Let's take another look.
Oh, we had a replay in top here with Mordekaiser doing the pull in and then using that swarm of bees. I never remember the name of that move there, but Sign Me Up. Retreating under the tower to try to mitigate what is happening to them, but gets taken out by Arthenius, who flashes out stylishly. Very stylish exit from that, unfortunately. Hey, do you remember the name of that? Swarm of bees does not do it for me. I can't remember. Mordekaiser's AoE.
Darkness Rise or something like that.
Something edgy,
I think
man.
It's his passive, right? It's
it's his passive. It's something edgy.
I think it's called Darkness Rise. Another attempt at a pull. I mean, all of his abilities are pretty edgy. I believe. I'm relatively certain.
We're just gonna call it the Edgy Boys Surprise Party from now on. That's the name of this thing.
Now I have to look it up to see if I'm right or not. Or
Dolly, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm still practicing my play-by-play, so I sometimes go completely blank. You gotta turn it into a joke, though.
Well, and this is actually the first time I've really ever done play-by-play. We were both hired on a little bit, brought on a little bit last minute, and neither of us were really asked whether we do play-by-play or color. I mostly do color, but you know what? It's working out. I can talk fast, and I guess that's most of it.
Yeah, well, I definitely have felt alive all the times you've done play-by-play, and even letting me do play-by-play has been really fun. And speaking of play-by-play, we've got another flex by Arthenius here with the Edgy Boys Surprise Party. It seems to take Sign Me Up by surprise, seems to not have the same kind of finesse that Arthenius did with Shen as far as engaging and then coming out really low and making sure they do the maximum amount of damage. Doesn't mean that Sign Me Up doesn't have something else planned. It just means that they did pick that away from Arthenius, which I think was wise, regardless of how finessed they are with it. Nice, good ward by Solaris Revenge, making sure that their signature, basically, of map awareness continues on. That trend continues. We haven't seen a lot of action from Solaris Revenge, who usually tries to start it out with a bang, a little bit flashy. I really, really enjoy that player just in general, but I like the good, humble start. We've got some pings coming in here, too, as well, from Alpha Male Jungler, who seems to be signifying something's afoot here. There's a little bit of a plan.
Yeah, more pings potentially wanting to engage on Shelly here, but trying to see if they can get any support. Luckman is going to make his way down. He's distracted by the Raptors there. She is, rather.
Yes, Luckman is a woman. And I think it's really interesting that Vi tried to kind of suss it out, but then recognizes... Oh, yeah, or they. That's true. They, them. It looks like the Alpha Male Jungler tried to suss it out, but they acknowledged that both of them acknowledged. I'm having trouble with enunciation today, by the way. Stick with me here. Acknowledged
we know
that
what you're
both of
saying.
yeah, right. They acknowledged that both of their lanes were tied up. They couldn't come down to Shelly, but Luckman is making an attempt there. Meanwhile, in bot lane, just some nice trades. I'm sure Ame is feeling A little bit bitter, a little bit sassy here. Luckman does manage to grab Shelly
I'm
as
very
well.
surprised at that, to be honest, that there was no, I'm not sure if there was vision that was removed, but if there was, knowing that that Luckman is going to engage on Shelly and kind of just handing it over there is a little bit rough. Now, Luckman, though, wants to engage here on to Sign Me Up. Shelly is going to come out to deal a bit of damage while these plates are still up. And Arthenius wants to take Sign Me Up down once again, make this game as hard as possible for a prestigious player. Sign Me Up stays alive. Luckman's going to pick up that one, take a few tower shots, but that is okay. 2v1 going in favor there of Limit Testers. Solari's Revenge making her way up into the top lane. Not quite quick enough, though, and a lot of damage down as we're looking at a single plate left on that top tower.
Yeah, Solari's Revenge does have the raw sheer power to push that Lux in and attempt to help their teammates, but not fast enough. Unfortunately, Sign Me Up could not handle the backwards tactic there with Graves. I mean, Luckman on Graves is it's so much sheer raw power that if you stay under your tower while you're low, he will find you. Even this early in the game, Graves is an excellent big crit, like heavy, quick damage, can take pretty much anybody out from under tower, so very solid tactics from there. But you really hate to see Solaris have to show up late there to clean up their
There
teammates'
it
mess.
is, the bubble finally hitting. No way! Alpha Male Jungler flashes in and does not hit. That's gonna require a disengage. It was a very good attempt at a fight there. The ultimate, the tidal wave coming out from Clorox on the rocks to follow up the bubble, but not quite enough for Alpha Male Jungler to make it in on time.
Scully, what if they're just faking us out? You know, like what if they're just, Your Nightmares is just lulling them into a false sense of security, making them feel like, they're gonna get ahead. I mean, what if this is the long con?
I don't know. All right, you say that, but man, Limit Testers are playing out of their minds. They are doing such an incredible job, and I think a big part of that has to do with the communication that is pretty obvious on these guys' side. Their response times in terms of these fights have been quicker than Your Nightmares. They do attempt, or Your Nightmares does attempt to retaliate, but they just aren't quick enough to actually make anything of it.
Yeah, they are absolutely capitalizing on every potential opening that Your Nightmares has displayed. And, there is, again, we talk about mental a lot. There is the potential that Your Nightmares is sitting on a throne, kind of just not staying in shape here because they have had a very easy time of it, especially during the last game that these two had. But they have had an easy time of it going forward, and they are the reigning champions. So it makes you wonder if they've been scrimming, are they keeping up? Has Limit Tester's been low-key doing a training montage, trying to keep up with Your Nightmares? I don't know. It's anybody's guess what's going on in these players' minds. But Sign Me Up's mind is definitely
Sign Me Up
with all the memories of their loved ones.
I'm not actually, honestly, I'm not really sure. It looks like a stall and then like a forced attempt at a re-engage, like they had no other option, but I'm pretty sure the taunt dash was up there, so I'm curious to know what happened to that fight, because it didn't quite, it seemed a little stuttery from Your Nightmares.
Gotta be connection problems, I can't think of anything else there that would explain that situation. I'm sorry about that, Sign Me Up. Get Google Fiber next time, it'll be fine.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, super rough engage though. Sometimes you choke though, you have those engages where you go like a boomerang and just end up taking more damage than you can ever output. Mistakes can be made. I mean, definitely time for Your Nightmares to, they're not shaken obviously, but definitely time to step up and realize that they are in it with their same old foes.
Oh, the tidal wave coming through it again as Alpha Male Jungler is just a little too far behind, but that's thanks to the ward that Limit Testers have there. In that top river bush, so they could see Alpha Male Jungler making her way down to engage on that fight, and that has been the bane of her existence now at this point. That has been their big success, is taking away vision and placing vision, but now that Limit Testers has a good lock on vision placement, it's really difficult for Your Nightmares to engage.
Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying seeing somebody can actually compete with Your Nightmares' prowess in terms of vision. Again, that deep ward, even though it only was up for a minute, it gave them the information that they needed, and it also said to them, hey, we're here to play the actual game, the same game that you guys are playing, so enjoy that. And I really think that they've stepped up to the challenge here, especially Arthenius. What an interesting addition! Out of nowhere, has not played with this team as far as we know. It might be Dang in disguise, not 100% sure. Feeling pretty confident.
I do think, I'm pretty sure production specifically said that they heard that Dang is out. You know, this is a different player, but yeah, the synergy is so insane that it appears to be the same person that's been here for the last 3 weeks.
Just feels so familiar, right? Like, has such good synergy with the team. I faked my own death. I don't think that Dang wouldn't be able to do that. So, I mean, who knows what lengths you'd go to pretend like you're not playing on your team. I don't know why you'd do that, but Sign Me Up is again in a very sticky situation. I cannot believe.
The realm of death is where she's at.
Yeah, oh.
And oh no, the flash out. There we go. The ultimate assault and battery coming in from the Vi is going to push these two back, and Slar's Revenge is going to be able to do a ton of damage. These guys have to back out. She's going to take quite a bit, but that poison is going to melt Arthidius, who has to escape as quickly as possible. And she will go down if I'm not mistaken. No way, barely surviving that with Slar's Revenge in the meantime. Takes down Luckman. Luckman says, hey, get out of here, Arthidius. You can survive this one. I'll take it. 1-3-1 is a little bit unfortunate, but Luckman's still doing a fantastic job there. And a couple flashes out from both sides on that engage.
I felt a weird sense of relief when Solaris Revenge popped up over the partition there. I know!
BM though!
Yeah, quite a BM there. Solaris Revenge is really standing out here, making sure to put on a very intimidating presence. As we are used to, lots of confidence from that player, really stands their ground. It looks like Sign Me Up and Solaris Revenge have decided to swap lanes. A solid decision. Maybe a little bit difficult though, because the 1v1 dynamic from Mordekaiser's ult could really
Tidal Wave coming out the box from Pistachio. So much crit damage there onto Clorox on the rocks from Elise, who is doing a good job of pushing this lane, trying to maintain that early lead that she got. This Caitlyn, though, and this Nami doing a really good job of pushing back, and even though Alpha Male Jungler has not gotten the engages that she's wanted, it has not resulted in a loss of this lane.
Yeah, I've enjoyed seeing the shelving of the bot lane, just saying, hey, listen, at least we're going to let you ride on the high of those 2 kills for as long as humanly possible. We will come back to you after this break here, you know what I mean? Like, they're all just kind of leaving that loss down there in the bot lane. Usually there's retaliation, but they've decided to make different strategic bets, which I think is probably the best option, especially because it allows Elise to really feel a false sense of security that they're, you know, on top of their game. But Ame is a sleeper. Ame and Cloris on the Rocks are very modest players who really keep their heads down and don't go for glory unnecessarily. They are a arm on a part of a larger thing, and that's how Your Nightmares kind of functions, is a lot of the players will just put their heads down, be modest, much like Sign Me Up right now is kind of relenting to switch lanes, or at least relenting to not be as aggressive in their lane going forward. And we've got Limit Testers here going ahead and trying to take this Ocean Drake with little to no challenge at all.
You know, we saw Your Nightmares up on the other side just a moment ago take Shelly, so
yeah,
it was a really good response. I'm not even sure if they were aware. They do have a ward back in that tri-bush, so maybe that was Arthidius checking to see if they were either engaging or had already engaged on that. Speaking of engagement, it looks like Luckman wants to jump on Clorox on the rocks. The Crystalline Arrow being flashed away from by that Nami, but a hook and a play are going to grab Ame here. This is a sticky situation though. Solaris Revenge decides to jump in. A teleport coming through here from the top laner. Arthidius does not pull anyone, and now he is in the back end of this fight with 3 members of Your Nightmares. They're trying to disengage and focus down Elise. We see Dopamini trying to make her way down to help out on this one, but Your Nightmares finding multiple successes as they get 2 charges on Shelly off as well in the mid lane.
This is the kind of finesse and control we expect from Your Nightmares, just exploiting, again, you've said it before, when most teams will get 1 objective, Your Nightmares will go for multiple objectives. They push it, and they push it relentlessly without being too greedy. And that's exactly what's happening here, the exact thing that you, prophetically had drawn out before. These teams absolutely sap every last inch out of these, and I think that is a confidence thing. I think that has to do a lot with confidence, backing up these huge strides.
2 mid lane towers there. Limit Testers only have 1 tower at this point in the game, and that just goes to show you, the amount that these guys, Your Nightmares, are able to pick up on those victories. I will say Limit Testers went in a little too hard on that one, clearly, and a little bit late on the teleport from Arthidius there into the back line. She did a great job of you know, pulling back 4 members, and Elise did survive that fight. But Elise was way too far back the entire time to actually be able to do what she needed to do.
Yeah, whereas most players struggle with placement as far as ADCs being too close, you can also be too far away to put the hurt on the other team. Could have got away with a triple kill, let's be honest. There was an extremely serious opportunity there to clean up, and unfortunately they were unable to capitalize on that, just due to
hard
positioning.
to do on the other side of the tower, though, because the
100%.
engage from limit testers came from the other side. You know, they ran down through the tri-bush and tried to go and engage behind the tower, and then the other members of Your Nightmares decided to engage a little bit earlier than limit testers. So really, you know, while yeah, it was juicy, it could have been juicy. The flash away from Clorox on the Rocks really put a little bit of a damper there on Elise's idea to jump in there, because they were able to at least hold off the rest of limit testers a bit longer. But yeah, I mean, not a ton you can do, because at that point, if you're trying to go behind a tower as an ADC, you take a couple tower shots and you are absolutely
and you are just smashed, absolutely dead. It's true, and greed cannot be a part of this game. We've mentioned that before. As juicy as it looks, don't go for it. Absolutely don't go for it. Just preserve yourself, live to fight another day, especially with a 150 gold bounty. It's a solid idea. I agree with that. Self-preservation, above all. An absolutely bomb analysis, Jolly.
We'll see what they decide to do. Limit testers still have a bit of a gold advantage to engage on these fights carefully. The box coming out. Pistachio, though, gets hit by the bubble. The final spark from Dopamini is going to do just a bit of damage on only one member there. And a solid root of Solaris Revenge flashes in so much damage onto Luckman. Ame's going to take that one with an auto attack there. At least on the other side, gets assaulted and battered, or assaulted and battered, I guess, by Alpha Male Jungler there on the back line. Ame picking up the red buff in that fight. So many summoner spells coming out from Limit Testers, and Your Nightmares once again, man, finding these late game advantages that they really need.
Yeah, Your Nightmares are unrelenting in their ability to just continue. Look at this rotation, too. The way that they stick together, just enough of their teammates to get shit done. That is the absolute serious part of this team, is that they manage to rotate in these little, not even the full team all the time, although Arthidius is staring down all 5 members of Your Nightmares, which I would assume is terrifying. Backup has arrived in the form of Dopamine. Yeah.
We'll see if they are split, and they did prevent that Baron from being taken. Arthidius is going to be dumped out by Solaris Revenge, who just takes so much damage here in the meantime. Alpha Male Jungler is going to jump on Pistachio. Out comes the final spark. Clorox on the Rocks is going to go down there. A triple kill. Is that a quadra kill? It is going over to Arthidius. Unfortunately, cannot pick up the pentakill. Cannot flex on Ame here as Sideam decided to disengage from that one. They will pick up a Baron in a very clean fight.
That is the upset that we were looking for. Absolutely being able to challenge that Baron. Making it all the way back down to the lane, making sure that Arthidius was able to hold on to them until the cavalry could actually come in. Picking up that kill on Solaris, Ame, and Clorox on the Rocks.
Yeah, definitely I want to take a look, because Solaris jumped in on Arthidius but did almost no damage.
Yeah, and continues and then holds on to that, but Pistachio, the clutch part of this is Dopamini's crazy last spark.
4-5 man. What an ult.
That was, again, Dopamini's ability to line up these ults on champs is really impressive to me. I'm extremely impressed, especially like Arthidius as well, holding on with the confidence that the team will be there in a minute to back him up, and sticking on Solaris Revenge to take him out before the rest of the team even fully arrived. Really incredible plays, really good fighting going on there as well, and some very well-timed plays on their part. It really didn't look that confident, but again, I think that Limit Testers is starting to match Your Nightmares in terms of their ability to make these what feel like risky plays, but hoping that their team will actually show up for them and then watching it come to fruition. So these are two teams that absolutely trust each other to come through, and I think that's a really great dynamic, and it's the exact kind of team to challenge Your Nightmares for their crown.
See exactly how far they go in through this. Oh, that is interesting. Taking a look at the build path. What is up with these top laners today?
Listen, I don't know.
Last Whisper on the Scion. I see 2 Bomby Cinders here on the Shen. an interesting, pickup.
This is definitely some sort of
all I can say about that.
Yeah, something has flipped in the script. It looks like our top laners are just sassy and kind of messy, whereas our bottom lanes have been really pushing it super hard. Although our Arthidius, I think, has just thrown a wrench, honestly. Like, we're a little bit shaken by this player's performance. It is absolutely not something that either of us expected, and sign me up. Clearly did not expect that kind of performance either. However, did come out feeling pretty. I'm just impressed with the amount of kills that Arthidius has managed to pick up.
Speaking of Arthidius, though, going into 3 members here, may end up having to flash over the wall if they decide to do so. There she goes. Assault and Battery, though, coming through from the Vine. Luckman was not able to engage on that one with enough time. The Tidal Wave gonna follow this one up as Luckman is going to be the next target here, potentially for your Nightmares. A good dash away, but a flash in response there from Sign Me Up. Ame gonna take out Pistachio, and now Luckman is in Solari's Revenge's sights. A little bit of a benefit there for your Nightmares as they take down 2 members. That was a solid chase for them to make. And an interesting choice there by Arthidius to stay, without knowing exactly how many members of your Nightmares were in the wings of that fight.
It was kind of a replication of what happened at the Baron Pit, but without the same success. So it seems as though maybe a little bit of a miscalculation, maybe riding on the high of that last win. We like to see that Kate recall with the duck hunt.
Such a cool skin. Oh
Yeah.
my, both the Ashe and the Caitlyn skins are pretty spectacular.
Oh, absolutely. We've got a very solid aesthetic going here in this game as well. It's fun to watch, and it seems really fun to play. Both teams really giving it their all. Alpha Male Jungler doing everything they can to just get every advantage, especially because Graves is such a challenging person to lane against, although Vi is a direct counter to Graves. So I expect to see Alpha Male Jungler likely to make a resurgence here as long as they can focus, get a little more farm, finish an item, and see what happens in the next team fight on the next episode here. But there's some dragon posturing happening here, but I don't think that's actually, that's not going into motion, thankfully. I was like, it's a little early for that. But mid lane, are we gearing up for some sort of team fight dynamic in mid lane? Everybody's kind of roaming and securing objectives, securing vision. We're just starting to kind of prep again. There's always this moment in the game where everybody in the team is walking around like busy bees trying to secure their part of the map, trying to get extra farm in the downtime between actual team fights before the teams even engage. And they haven't seen each other for a hot minute, so it looks like things are going to get kind of spicy, especially... Yeah, right.
Could have gotten 2 bombies.
I don't know.
All right. One is gone. There is a Sunfire Cape there from the Shen. So probably just a mistake. I've done it before. The Tidal Wave's gonna come through in the full engage here from your Nightmares. Exhaust going on to Solari's Revenge, but Assault and Battery there on the back line as Mini gets taken down. Crystalline Arrow gets Solari's Revenge, which is a fantastic pickup, and Arthidius now is on the back line. Luckman is gonna take out Alpha Male Jungler. In the meantime, Elise and Arthidius are working on 2 members back here. Sign Me Up, focusing down. Luckman has now switched targeting over to Elise, realizing, hey, that's the one that I need to focus on. Taunt hitting Arthidius, but it's not going to be enough there. Sign Me Up gets incredibly low. Luckman taking down Ame, changing the focus over and picking up a double kill onto Clorox on the rocks. And Sign Me Up barely alive, getting chased down by this Mordekaiser. Sign Me Up does have the additional movement speed, is capable there, and a great split here now from Limit Testers. Gonna take as much as they possibly can with these members still up and running.
Wow, let's see a replay of that one. You've got the early kill on Solari's Revenge is a huge crippler there. You've got Alpha Male Jungler stealing the kill with Dopamini, and it's not going super well. Got Arthidius is actually stealing, Arthidius is stealing Solari's Revenge. I apologize for that mistake.
Arthidius appeared out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, yeah. And then Sign Me Up trying to put in the hard work to be a good tank, get those taunts off, but it's not enough when Arthidius comes in. Luckman, meanwhile, is focusing their ADC while Elise is free to do whatever. Arthidius tries to close the kill on Shen and does not manage to do so. However, Limit Testers did come out pretty in that fight and managed to really take care of business on that end there in that team fight. I'm actually really impressed, a little shaken by the fact that your Nightmares didn't take care of Elise in that team fight. I feel like that was, Elise, like, absolutely impeccable positioning on Elise's part, making sure that they stayed in the background and lived to see another day while they took care of Ame.
I would say, I mean, Elise did such a good job of staying so far back, and we saw actually the engage from Elise really came after the crystalline arrow came through, but she took the time to go around the tower there and continue to hit the back line. We immediately saw, I think it was Sign Me Up split off as soon as Elise was within firing range and attempt to take her down. But I mean, you had Arthidius on the back line pushing away the two squishier members and dealing so much damage. And then the aggro swap of Luckman flashing in and jumping over. Oh my gosh, it looks like Limit Testers are going to manage to pick up this Baron. In the meantime, your Nightmares are doing what they love to do best, invading the base when it is least expected here. Limit Testers going to have a pretty quick recall on that one though. And they did lose, a tower and an inhibitor at this point, but they gained the Baron for all 5 members.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that that's pretty easy to bounce back from. Even with super minions, you do have Baron to contend with that. You do have Baron to be able to clean up those lanes, push them forward, and maybe even potentially collect resources. Baron's extremely powerful. Only the test of time will tell us whether or not this pays off, but they do seem to be aggressively utilizing this Baron buff. And you do see Arthidius split pushing with that Baron buff in the bot lane as well. And this team can only cope with so many different threats, and Arthidius is impossible to 1v1. So where they focus their resources is really anybody's choice. I mean, it is your Nightmare's choice, but they're going to have to make some hard decisions, like giving up that bot tower, which it does sound like they've decided to do. Both of these different pushing lanes can do as much damage, so they have to just make a hard decision and figure out what part of their base to defend. And they're also doing some casual counter vision while joining Arthidius in the bot lane to put on as much hurt as possible. When all 5 of these members are together in the bot lane pushing with the Baron buff, even those resources that your Nightmares collected may not mitigate the damage that is going to happen to their base at this exact time.
Certainly help. And I think that was their idea behind that is, hey, you know what, we can take down an inhib, at least get some super minions going in against these Baron minions to maybe put up a little bit of pressure since we can't really leave our base at this point.
Yeah, and they are doing work in mid lane. You can see them casually strolling up there. They only have a couple more waves before they'll actually be in their base on their Nexus turrets, so Limit Testers are going to have to either clean up really fast or get out really fast to make sure that they deal with those super minions. Those always end up in your base a little bit faster than you think too, so this is a really solid recall on their part. Yeah, really solid idea.
Especially because as they were moving down, that Baron buff wasn't applied to that mid lane minion push, so it was just a standard minion lane up against that super minion, which is going to push pretty quickly in favor of the super minions. Obviously, they do have a nice push there towards the top, and it was a really good idea of, sending Arthidius down, split pushing that. They gained quite a bit off of that. I think it was 3 towers, if I'm not mistaken, just from that push alone, as well as a few pickups there from your Nightmares jungle. So your Nightmares has to be relatively quick about going out into their jungle and throwing down some of their own vision, as well as preparing some counter vision here. But Limit Testers needs to be really careful on how they engage in these fights. We've seen how much your Nightmares can do in these late games depending on their positioning and engagement on how aggressive Limit Testers are.
Yeah, you know what? Engagement is going to be the name of the game. Limit Testers can't fall to their own trap. They can't fall to these greedy engages where they think they're going to clean up, because they are no longer the makers of this map. They are no longer in control. They are no longer able to put these same traps in place that secure the game for them. So they need to be more careful. They need to think more deliberately about the choices that they decide to make. Whereas right now they're just cleaning up that top lane, slowly chipping away at their base while they do skirmishes in the mid lane. So not a great prioritization of resources, but really at what point are things spiraling out of control, and the decisions you make, how impactful can they really be? So your Nightmares is, it's, again, the gold disparity is not that high, it's only 6k, and they have absolutely every possibility to regain ground because it's still a close game. One wrong move on the part of Limit Testers, and your death timers are high enough that it could still be a problem. With Solaris Revenge coming in on Luckman, that's the pick that they need. Those are the mistakes that they need. This is the mistake.
Response there from Limit Testers
very strong.
That your Nightmares could not continue the engage on that one. That was exactly what they need, though. Your Nightmares finding out a spectacular pick just in time for the Elder Dragon. That means it is is going to be a 4v5, and they are going to engage on this one. Pistachio on the front line. Going to throw down that box and try to play towards it. Final spark only hitting 2 members there, and Arthidius, who we said was unkillable, appears to be killable. So much damage coming through, though. Very, very low members of your Nightmares. They have a lot of recovery, though. A lot of survivability on this engage. And Elder Drake might be just what they need to continue their push into the base. Flash in from Sign Me Up. Elise is going to be the target there, and a good one at that. Going down, another final spark, and should be a pickup onto Sign Me Up. The dragon is still alive. Clorox on the rocks. Ame and Solari's Revenge is the final members here. Double kill going over to Dopamini, and they re-engage on this. Arthidius already back at full health. Going to continue onto this one. Assault the Doubters. Alpha Male Jungler is not going to do a lot to Dopamini, and that is going to be an Elder Dragon for Limit Testers.
This is the same game that Your Nightmares plays, letting them engage that dragon, letting them feel this sense of confidence that maybe the other team backed off and relented, and unfortunately, that was not the case. This Arthidius Dopamini duo just came in and swept, and now Your Nightmares are dealing with the consequences of their actions, of falling for their own tactics, their own traps. Limit Testers has very clearly been taking a page out of their book and utilizing these kind of tactics against them, and now they are in their base on their Nexus turrets. And it's anybody's game right now. It could be
man.
Dopamini
So
with that
much
burst.
damage. The Crystalline Arrow is gonna miss here. Arthidius, so much damage here. Sign Me Up just trying to prevent this game from ending, but nothing can be done, and Limit Testers make their way to the finals, taking down their rivals, Your Nightmares.
We made some requests and we got what we wanted. I really genuinely cannot be happier with the performance from Limit Testers. Honestly, like, Your Nightmares was definitely having an off night. I think you and I both kind of tuned into it when we started seeing Sign Me Up getting farmed for kills, which we have never seen before. Always a really strong player. Solaris seemed so occupied in mid lane with Dopamini, who was just keeping, like, normally Solaris Revenge can, like, outplay, outsmart, and push that turret in and do a lot of roaming, be present on the map. For Alpha Male Jungler, they're a great duo, and that was not possible because Dopamini just kept them in lane the whole time.
I think a big part, too, was early game has been, you know, as the Vi, it's easy pickings usually if you're able to jump in on that, especially once you've got the Assault and Battery. But even before that, just being able to use the Vault Breaker to engage on these fights. And the vision that we saw from Limit Testers was spectacular. So as many times as Alpha Male Jungler tried to engage on those fights and tried to make some pressure down in the bottom lane to make up for the double kill that went over early there onto Elise, it wasn't quite enough because it was a lot of preparation for Limit Testers. They went in knowing exactly what they wanted. We're going to, let's see, we're going to pull up a quick bracket just to show you guys what we are looking for, or looking at in the finals. Limit Testers and Gamer Snails. Woohoo! We got a new bracket for the finals here this week. We saw two of the same the last 2 weeks, but Limit Testers make it to the finals 3 weeks in a row, really proving themselves, especially in that last game.
Yeah, we've seen an incredible upset. I do have to say that I am relieved that Gamer Snails don't have to play against Your Nightmares. Limit Testers do have a less lush history with this tournament than they do. So, I mean, it's less predictable. It's less, I would say, in the bag, as one would say, when you have these two different teams who aren't necessarily, like, they've never played against each other, have they? I don't think they have. At any rate, these two teams that have very little experience with each other. And so I think it'll be really interesting just to see, because I think you and I were a little worried about Gamer Snails, which is fine. We were also a little worried about Limit Testers. So it's anybody's game. Anything could happen.
Yes. However, after that game, I would not feel, I mean, going up against either of those teams, you know, just the idea of it is rough because of how well they've played in the past. But that game in particular was so solid from Limit Testers. So if I was Gamer Snails, I wouldn't really feel any better going up against them as opposed to Your Nightmares. We will see what the outcome of that is here as we move into the finals. We're going to take a quick ad break, give you guys a moment to go, grab another energy drink, go use the restroom, and we will be right back with the finals here today. We are looking at Limit Testers going up against Gamer Snails.
I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Hey, how's it going? We are back. Oh no.
Okay. I was muted.
Oh, okay. I was like, is my headset over? I do have to plug my headset in, actually. Sorry for being quite a mess here. We're a little flustered after that one. It is unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, unexpected, especially because it looked like for a moment there, Your Nightmares might have gained the momentum they needed to take it back. The goal disparity was so minimal, which I know we've seen in the past with these two teams in particular. That first finals game, week 2, it was 100 gold difference even at the end of the game. So very minimal in terms of those sways, but Limit Testers giving Your Nightmares a little bit of their own medicine on that one and really taking advantage of everything they possibly could.
I'm just really impressed. Like we said in week 2, that 100 gold disparity was going to create a fire in somebody. You know what I mean? It was going to create some sort of like serious inspiration for another team to really step up and take advantage of how small that disparity was between them. And it turns out to be the exact same team that lost to them in week 2. And I love to see it. I really genuinely do. I love to see these two teams rising to challenges that they hadn't before, moving on to different brackets. And I would like to see Gamer Snails put up a good fight. We are worried about them. They showed a really strong early game, much like Limit Testers, and then they kind of fell apart in the late game there. They didn't have a really strong team fight. So we're hoping, above all hope, that Gamer Snails will at least keep it together.
Well, so actually, based on this, we did have Gamer Snails going up against Limit Testers last week. I feel bad about that.
Sorry, guys.
It was the first game of the semifinals. It did end up going to 28 minutes. And Limit Testers obviously won that one as they made it to the finals for the week. This is, at least partially new roster with the removal of Dang, and you've got the inclusion of Arthidius, who has been insanely good, has been stellar with this team composition, and has meshed perfectly with this. So, I don't know if if that'll make things more difficult for Your Nightmare, or Gamer Snails. Or if Dang and Arthidius are really on the same level and it was just the matchup that ended up going in their hands. Either way, they did a great job in the draft, and I think that is going to be a big part going into this next one. If they can get a composition as stellar as the one they picked last game, it's going to be really difficult to take them down.
Yeah, I completely agree. If you let them get those picks, but again, diversity and ability to adapt to these different picks is also a huge. We've seen so many interesting picks from really strong players. Not always successful though, now that I think about it. So, I mean, it is true. Some of these picks and bans are going to be absolutely integral for these teams to actually come out ahead. I mean, that ban against Ame, taking away that Vayne, really did come in clutch. It really did, and it shook their confidence, and at least really did put the hurt on that other team with superior positioning, which Vayne is one of the more difficult, glass cannons. Positioning is an absolute necessity, but it does seem that when faced with similar prowess, Ame did unfortunately choke. So, I mean, still a huge fan of Your Nightmares. Really happy to see such an interesting upset, because we think that a team has it on lockdown. I mean, this is a tournament where the general public has entered. These players haven't been handpicked. These are teams that have come out of different social circles, different countries, different areas. We couldn't possibly predict how close these matches would be. And it has been a delight to see the constant back and forth between them. I mean, you and I have both been, as casters, of course we're nervous. We don't want to see stomps. That's not fun for anybody. It really isn't. It's not fun to watch. It's not fun to play.
It's certainly not fun to cast, that's
yeah,
for sure.
and we have a justifiable nervousness just because these teams haven't been, fully vetted. And I've been so impressed with how these complete strangers have all come together, and their skill levels have been really surprisingly matched. These are all really good puzzle pieces. We're getting some incredible matches. I really feel like this is something special, Jolly. And you've casted quite a few tournaments. How do you feel about this?
Well, this has been spectacular. I've casted quite a few tournaments. And the Mountain West tournament has been my big one every single year. And I'll say at this last Mountain West tournament, it was a best of 5. It was 3 games under 22 minutes each.
Worlds?
One of them ended at 17, 18 minutes. Not fun at all to cast. This whole set has been spectacular. And thank you so much to production for doing such a great job of setting up the tournaments. I know it's difficult at the beginning without having any seeding, and now that we have some seeding, it's going to make things a little bit more intriguing as we go into the future weeks, as we do still have 5 weeks after this. This is the 4th, and it'll end after 9 weeks. So I have been loving all of these games. We haven't seen any massive stomps. We haven't seen any, 18, 19-minute games at all. I think maybe 2022 was the lowest that we saw, but that was pretty early on when all the teams were kind of finding their footing. And we've seen so many changes in these rosters, and they all seem to be spectacular. I'm so glad that these players feel like they can, adjust things and try to get better for the next week, and maybe doing some research or watching the VODs, watching the broadcast, and trying to figure out what they can do to outsmart the players that they might think are better than them. Either way, I mean, it's been tons of fun. And for someone, you haven't casted nearly as much. You've been just doing a spectacular job, by the way. I'm loudly impressed. But how do you feel about this then? I don't know what your previous casting, what the tournament looked like or how it played out, but hopefully this is at least as much fun as that.
Yeah, we did a collegiate league. It was called the Packy, and it was super fun. I actually didn't get to see the whole thing through. We swapped off with a bunch of different casters, so it's really cool to be part of every single week and see these players grow and change and learn new stuff. And you were speaking about your previous casting experience where you talked about how it was a 17-minute stomp. And that's just that reminds me of Fun Plus Phoenix and G2 at Worlds, which was one of the most sad, disappointing. It happens at a pro level. I don't want to talk. I was in a movie theater at 3 a.m. to watch that with a bunch of other people from the University of Utah. We were quiet. It was crickets, unfortunately.
That's rough. And as casters, we can't do that. But luckily, these games have been exciting, and it's not at all due to us. It has everything to do with the players and how spectacularly this broadcast has been going on. So thank you, viewers, everything, for sticking around with us. Always thanks to the sponsors. Of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without them. And actually, you know what? This is a good time to talk about all my glasses. If you haven't noticed, I've been swapping glasses between most games. I think I've been wearing these ones for a while because they're so comfy. But my favorite, my favorite part, probably about this whole thing, is I gotta prepare this. This
show
little
us.
guy. So this is my glasses case. I got a bunch of these. All right, check this out though. So it opens up; these little folds pop out. So it is a full glasses case. It's got a magnetic snapper here, right here,
but it's
and then
portable.
it just folds back in. Folds back in on itself. And can slide right into a bag, right in your pocket if you have guy pants, because girl pants this never fit in a pocket of girl pants.
Girls don't have pockets.
Throw it in a jacket or a bag or something like that. So this is, aside from the glasses, of course, I can't say this is my favorite part, but that I just thought that was super cool. And I mean the blue light blockers are quite spectacular, and they actually the blue light blocker, not only does it help with staring at screens and stuff like that, but it helps with sleep as well. Especially with studies coming out that if you're looking at screens for the last 3 or 4 hours, it can actually lead to increased last 3 or 4 hours before you go to sleep. It can lead to depression, bad sleep, things like that, migraines and headaches. I know both you and I have experienced a lot of those and deal with those all the time, and these help so much. So with that, after that little nice discussion, I enjoyed that. We're gonna jump into champion select because we are on our way to the next game.
Jolly, your new glasses are so cool. They look
Oh,
really
thank
good.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a credit. Sorry to gut. Like, it's just cool. Zenny's been really cool to us, and we appreciate that. It helps, especially with these like 4-hour-long games where you are staring at your computer. I appreciate it so much, and you look stylish as hell. So.
Oh yeah, thank you. Same to you. I love. I mean, I mentioned before they've got like over 3,000 frames. They have less in terms of gaming specific ones, but you can add the Zenny blocks to any of them for like $17. It's super cheap, and I got some prescription glasses, some non-prescription. So they're just really cool, and yeah, they have been really good to us. They sent me a bunch of stuff, and a bunch of these cases, all kinds of really cool things that that I immediately I'm like, all right, contacts goodbye forever. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Now I have good glasses.
Oh man, picks and bans. We are here in the finals of week 4. I never thought I would make it this far. I really thought the pandemic
You're gonna have to
would
make
take
it farther
me.
than that, right?
I'm an asthmatic gamer. How long can I possibly live in the world as it stands today? But it turns out I made it to week 4. I'm extremely excited. Limit testers versus gamer snails. They need no introduction, do they?
Let's extend a little bit more of that breath as we move into this game because I feel like it's going to be a very intense one here. Gamer snails are going to have to be pretty particular in terms of who they ban. They already don't want to see the Graves and the Olaf, so Luckman is a target here. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to ban out that Mordekaiser either. I would say that was, ridiculously nasty. Limit testers are removing a Warwick, Shyvana, and Sona. So you mentioned just how insanely powerful Sona is in the current meta. And the Warwick and the Shyvana, both of them really worried about these jungle phases and early jungle ability.
Yeah, absolutely. That Nami ban is also really, it's solid because Yuki Nagato has proven that they can land those bubbles with a lot of prowess and has a lot of terror behind it. Our Luckman going for the Kayn. I don't know if we've seen this on Luckman yet. I cannot remember, unfortunately. But Kayn, a strong first pick. Really good to prioritize because these junglers, again, have been very difficult. And Ghost T is a formidable jungler. Just had a rough game last time with Sailor Scouts and is not out for the count. We love a Hecarim. I think that's a strong pick. Ghost T has proven that they're at least they have the staying power on Hecarim. So I'm hoping that everybody is able to kind of pick towards their mains on the gamer snail side because that's going to be the key to being competitive with limit testers.
And based on my notes, Luckman has not picked up the Kayn. Actually, limit testers haven't at all because we did have Husky Templar there before. So a pretty deep champion pool in terms of the jungle there. Obviously very aggressive on the Kayn, so there are going to be a lot of pressure, and going up against the Hecarim there is actually very, very reminiscent of Gamer Snails against Sailor Scouts that we just saw a little bit ago. Ghosty was on the Hecarim, and Goldflower from Sailor Scouts was on the Kayn there. It didn't go very well for them last time, but we'll see if they can make it work in this next matchup.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see. I love to see Lustfully on that Ashe. Didn't get it last pick, so it's really important that they get something that is familiar to them and really get competitive. Lustfully is a great player. I think we have nothing but praise on that ADC pick, but the Lulu reemerges and has proven to be quite an issue in the past for other players, especially in the hands of limit testers. So while you and I both don't find Lulu to be terribly competitive in late game, it is definitely proven to be an advantage for most of the teams that have decided to pick her. So I like the Shiv ban. I think that's really great, especially because limit testers the gamer snails have proven that they have a solid jungler who is willing to roam, who's willing to try to get those objectives. And Shyvana, given enough dragons, really does become unkillable, so that is a clutch, like almost hyper carry jungle to take away from them that I think is really intelligent. Oh
and
no!
The Shen there picked up by Arthidius.
Oh no!
That will potentially be a rough one. We saw that game 1. We saw Your Nightmares pick up the Shen in response, and it did not work nearly as well. At least it's not a Mordekaiser, okay?
Yeah, you know what? At least, oh man, at least you got a break from Arthidius' Shen to kind of like see. I mean, at least you've seen that gameplay, right? At least it's not out of nowhere. At least they know they have his number.
Oh, he'll
they have
appear from out
Arthidius'
of nowhere.
Yeah, I would.
It will.
I can't believe I fell right into that dad joke. You did so good picking that up. I'm so impressed.
The later
right
the
now.
night gets, the more dad jokes I have in my non-pockets.
Both of us are just doing our damnedest here. Zyra is is such a nasty support. Such a nasty support to play against. Not fun for anybody. And kind of like a mini game for the other support, trying to keep those plants at bay, knock them out. Yeah,
step on the pod.
Whack-a-mole kinda, right? With Zyra, you're just trying to step on the buds and slap the plants. So there's got to be some sort of mini game with that. The Ezreal being taken away from Elise seems to have been banned away from Elise in almost every game. Am I wrong? I feel like that has been a very consistent theme.
Elise, yeah, and Elise has, you know, when Elise gets the Ezreal, it has been pretty devastating, to be honest. So I know just once or twice, I think, is all that Elise has managed to pick up the Ezreal on. Definitely a favorite there, though. So no real surprise that it is continuously banned. Rather not risk that one.
Yeah, I absolutely think that, like I said, I think the key here is banning away limit testers, tried and true besties. And the Scion is a fine. Honestly, though, I don't know. They have information possibly that we don't have as well. So I mean, the Scion ban on Noisy, it did prove to be ineffective too. So banning things that they weren't successful with. I mean, maybe Noisy just had a bad game and is actually quite reliant on Scion. And that's fine. That's a good enough ban. I mean, with the information they have, maybe that's the only ban that they actually know they can get away with, too. So, I'm
Going
surprised.
Into the Shen, a
One more
better
time?
matchup. Going into the Shen, a better matchup, too, than the Maokai.
Totally considerations there. You're 100% right. I'm actually really surprised that Dopamini did not get a Lux ban. That is dangerous and a bit of an oversight because, I mean, yeah, Dopamini's great on Ahri, but these last games have been, now they're warmed up, they have the kit down, they know the score, so I mean, not banning away that Lux, I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's fine. They're just banning away their mains now. Hanabi is getting, I don't know if these are disrespect bans, I'm not 100% sure if this is just the information that they have, but banning away the LeBlanc is actually probably in their best interest because did not quite serve them in that end game and left them a little bit lost.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the Zyra being picked up, and we've got, you know, the swap in the lanes for both of these teams. We've seen how well Arthadius meshes with the limit testers, almost too well.
Yeah,
and
suspiciously
Hanabi did
well,
a
right?
spectacular job, though, in the mid lane, you know, playing on the LeBlanc. He just got a little bit too late, fell off a little bit hard when they were going up against Sailor Scouts there. And, you know, a lot of burst damage coming from the Orianna late game made things really difficult. So, I definitely have. Oh, man. All right. We've got a Darius there picked up for the top lane into the Shen. That's going to be a nice one. And then a Vayne here picked up by Elise. We're going to see another pentakill, kids.
Yeah, I'm scared. This ability to support Vayne, we had some doubts because Glass Cannon, of course, we already knew that. Why would you even bother telling us you picked Lux? We know.
It is a spectacular combination, the two of those together.
Oh, Syndra. I like to see that. That's a very fun pick. I've always said in the past, you know, you don't see Syndra a ton in games, but when they do pick Syndra, they know how to play her. And it's a really fun strategic and absolutely compete with Dopamini's range. It's just a matter of if this is one of Hanabi's mains, it has to be. There is no other option. This can't be a side pick. This can't be a casual pick. They have to know Syndra inside and out in order to mitigate Dopamini. And Dopamini has proven that they can occupy anybody in lane. Solaris Revenge is an incredibly formidable mid, and Dopamini kept them in lane and occupied so much that we didn't really see these two until very late in the game. That they were just kind of in that lane, and Dopamini took that responsibility very seriously, knowing that Solaris Revenge was one of their star players. So Dopamini will probably continue that, especially because Hanabi had such a strong game on LeBlanc against Sailor Scouts in that early game. So, I mean, these are great picks. These are both teams that are primed. We don't know about Hanabi's performance on Syndra. I'm a little nervous about it, but other than that, I think we might actually have a really solid game here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, the top half of the map, which has been a little bit less intrusive on these games than we have seen in the past. The majority of jungle presence being really almost entirely in the bottom lane. A few attempts, well, and a few maybe appearances early game towards the top side. Arthidius may struggle a bit at the beginning of this one, but we have seen just what he can, or she can, you know, you're all girls again, what they can deliver, I suppose, because we do hopefully have at least, you know, a couple non-binary players there just for some representation. But we'll have to see exactly how this Hecarim goes as well for Ghosty. Did not go well last game at all. Sorry, 2 games ago, I suppose. It was Gamer Snails versus Sailor Scouts. So many great potentials, but almost a little too hard in terms of those engages.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see. Okay, so listen, we were mentioning picks and bans and counters, and I don't know if counters even really matter. At this level of play, it does seem that it comes down to the player and how effective they are with the champ. So I don't even know if it stands to reason, because I brought that up with Alpha Male Jungler and Vi being a good counter to Graves, but that did not seem to apply. It didn't really come into action. Darius is a counter to Shen, but how effective can that really be when Arthidius has proven that they have such good finesse? Plus, how often is Shen even in lane?
It's true, especially post level 6. You know, you've got Stand United. You're going to expect to see that Shen appear multiple places, and having a teleport on top of that means that later game, you know, Shen's everywhere at once. Darius, though, can really be a struggle to face against, whether you're a Shen or not. And it is definitely in Darius's favor for this lane matchup. But I mean, his hemorrhage alone is really rough when it comes to later game team fights. The ability to you know, get a bit of bleed on people, but to also do some good AoE damage and to heal back off of that, and an execute as well, means that late game is going to be a little bit tough if they don't get if limit testers fall you know, you know, they would have to fall considerably behind for it to make that much of an impact. But we saw how much of an impact Arthidius plays just on this team in general, and so it might have been the best, you know, the best pick and probably my favorite choice here by Gamer Snails in a great attempt to shut down such a powerful player.
I completely agree with that. I think it is the strongest possible pick you can make. Plus, Darius has the potential to be a hyper carry. And there's the other thing to consider, that Vayne has very short range. And again, glass cannon, very low health, very just really, you can't build Vayne defensively, because there is no, if you get caught out, you're dead. That's the end of the discussion. So Darius's ability to pull that Vayne in, and really even, because she has to be close enough to hit them, and within pulling range, that Darius is a solid counter to the Vayne as well. If Noisy can get online, they can be successful if they focus their kill order as Vayne, probably oh no, Dopamine. There's so many pitfalls here. I don't want to talk about
too many. And Luckman, I mean, we can't discredit Luckman, because as much as we put on, you know, on a spectacular job that Arthidius did that last game, Luckman had a presence absolutely everywhere.
MVP.
And was a very, very big part of the limit testers beating your nightmares. And Luckman has been since they made that swap over after the first week on limit test. Or actually, you know what? And I do want to bring up limit testers joined in a little bit later. So while they may not be as high on the leaderboards in terms of the overall points, they are certainly shooting their way up. People can still join in on this. If you guys think, these guys aren't that great, I can take them down. If you've got a 5-man team or are looking for a team, join the Discord server as well. Just go to www.supergirlgamerpro.com, find the information there, or on Twitter or Facebook at SGGamerPro. That'll give you some information here, and this is new signups every single week. The top 4 teams are going to end up going to the finals tournament. If things allow, it will take place at a nice venue, I'm sure. If not, either way, there are still cash prizes available.
Yeah, it's still going to be a good time. We'll wear our Sunday best. We have some plans. Don't even worry. If you don't tune in, shame on you. So it'll be fun.
Lost.
Yeah, exactly. You're lost. It'll be a really, really good time. I expect not a lot of action to happen early in this game, especially Gamer Snails can't really afford it, considering the way that Limit Testers has performed tonight. So I do think that I would like to see some fresh blood. So if you do have any budding teams, definitely try to put something together. Feel free to reach out to your fellow teammates here that are already playing and ask if they have any good picks. It does seem like they're willing to trade players with each other too. So I've seen a lot of really interesting. I like the cooperation that we have between our teams. Everybody really seems to have good rapport with each other, and I want to keep that going. So make sure that if you do enter this tournament, that you have a goddamn good attitude, because we've had so many solid teams.
And there's plenty of time for you to jump to the top of the leaderboards. If somebody's able to take, get to the finals multiple times, the point breakdown is all on the website there. But there's absolutely, we're only on the 4th week out of 9 weeks, so we're technically less than halfway through this. There is more than enough time to be able to take somebody down if you can make it that far in the tournament each time. Again, it's the top 4 players that are going to be able to go, so there's a lot of opportunity there to knock some teams out and to make a name for yourself in this tournament.
Yeah, Limit Testers have only won 2 of these so far, so I mean, if they win this, then you will have until week 6 to be competitive with them.
Well, they got to the finals, but they haven't won a finals yet, technically.
Oh, that's right,
Your Nightmares won both of them, but they just joined in the 3rd week, though, and this might boost them to the top of that leaderboard based on points because Your Nightmares was knocked out earlier.
Yeah. So only one team is. Your Nightmares has 2 weeks under their belt. Is that right for wins?
Yeah, for finals wins. They've been here since 1, I think.
Yeah. So you have until what? Wait, like week 7 right now to be able to catch up on points. Nobody has this in the bag. We're not like an irreparable amount of points ahead. If you have an incredible team, you can absolutely sweep right now. There's so much opportunity and so many incredible teams, and a fun thing to be a part of. I almost want to bribe people to join here, but I can't do that, so I'm not gonna. Plus,
not on air.
Hey, listen. I really enjoy the teams that we have too. Give them as much opportunity as humanly possible. We have seen a lot of recurring faces that have been extremely determined and have absolutely risen to the challenge. I think Limit Testers is such a triumphant story, especially, we've got Noisy doing some action here with Arthidius, who, once again, knows when to back out, has these really close calls, but they're very strategic in the ways in which they do their boomerang. And a lot of people aren't that great at the back and forth of laning. They don't want to lose anything. And I think that Arthidius being able to give up even kills to people strategically for the better of the team is one of their strengths. They've got a very strategic and good dueling lane presence. The whole package, really. Arthidius has it going on, so.
And it's a tough lane. This is an incredible, like, of all the champions to go up against Shen, there are few that can top Darius going into this, and so it's going to be a tough lane. The Ghost was burned, and Arthidius does have the TP, so at least the ability to hopefully maintain a lane, as there's going to be a lot of pressure here from Noisy, and probably a lot of lost CS as we get into the next few minutes, but Arthidius already doing a great job of maintaining what she possibly can. They possibly can. Luckman is going to jump in on Noisy. The Stand United was used there, and the taunt to follow it up. Noisy is going to be the target for first blood here. Luckman and Arthidius doing their best to make a move, and Syndra can't do anything in response to this. Hanabi is pushed back beyond tower. Lux is going to make it through, and there it is. First blood going over to Dopamini.
It looks good on Dopamini too. Being able to utilize that to build towards that absolutely insane burst is a threat. I have a lot of confidence that Hanabi knows what they're doing on the Syndra. I saw them bullying Dopamini a little bit earlier, so we'll see if they can make the catch up, but it does look like that kill maybe demoralized Hanabi a little bit. They've gone back. Ghosty is trying to take advantage of the little bit of chaos happening on the map and is going for an early dragon. I think this is why his early objective also helps gamers their ability to feel good about this game. I think it's really good about the morale for gamer cells to say, hey, yes, they did get first blood, but listen, we did get this Ocean Drake, so have heart. It's a good, solid way to be. Junglers are technically, cheerleaders. No, I'm just kidding. They're great.
And one of the reasons you picked the Hecarim, too, is because of that early sustainability, so always a good choice to move on that dragon really early on. And now Ghosty is trying to find an engage here. The polymorph goes on, and the exhaust Well, it's the ultimate to come out from Ghosty. Elise has got the shielding and a little bit of healing here. Ghosty's going to take a few tower shots, but make it out of that one alive. Luckman on her way down. Ghosty will not be the target as she is too low to engage on this fight, but Gamer Snails make it out A-OK and pick up a kill in the process.
Feeling nice, feeling good. But I actually tried to caution ping for Ghosty there. I legitimately hit the
move the
keyboard.
mini-map.
Yeah, that was actually really, I know, I keep trying to move the map, so I gotta take my hands off the keyboard. I'm not in control here. But yeah, the caution ping Ghosty, but they knew, they had it under control. And it does, you know, listen, Arthidius is gonna need help in this lane. Luckman definitely needs to pay attention and be there for them because it is challenging. I mean, you can see that Darius is an absolute Noisy is an absolute bully right now, and it's going really well within the favor of the Gamer Snails. And they are holding their own right now this early in game, and usually we start to see warning signs, you know, around this time that another team is having some issues, but nothing so far, nothing glaring in the way of Limit Testers or Gamer Snails. No crazy glaring issues have even been had. I would even say that maybe Limit Testers made a bigger mistake on the bot lane there with Elise, but Vayne is an extremely prone champ, easy to gank, a solid decision on Ghosty's part to travel down there. Dopamini versus Hanabi, this is a giant versus a fairly unknown champion who had previously been a support, so it's interesting that Hanabi is holding their own until that moment. That was interesting.
The responses there, though, because that was Dopamini getting actually very low on the pushback from the Syndra. And so, or sorry, on the pushback, from the Syndra there. But a final spark, really, for all final sparks, the barrier had to be used on that one, and it was a good call because that likely would have spelled her demise.
And she's got Ghosty coming in here too. That might also spell her demise. Might have been a little bit out of pocket there, but thankfully does not get caught out completely by Ghosty.
Onslaught of Shadows. No, is not off cooldown, but a little too far to go in on Dopamini. We've seen just how well this Lux works out. Luckman now maybe trying to put a little bit of poke here onto Ghosty, at least bully out of the river here. That's my Scuttle Crab, says Luckman.
A little bit of, yeah, you do like to see those petty Scuttle Crab fights. They're some of my favorite, especially because it allows junglers to show whether or not they're willing to give up a resource, whether they'll fight for it, and whether or not they know their champ very well. And I think Ghosty made a solid decision backing out there and choosing not to try to compete for that. However, Noisy is getting bullied here in the top lane with Luckman, and Ghosty is on their way to attempt to try to engage in this situation, and it is...
Ooh, Noisy gets the kill there, picking up a double, get dunked on. Great response there from Ghosty, and Gamer Snails find every little victory they possibly can.
Yeah, wow, make it double. That was a very impressive bout of teamwork on the part of Gamer Snails. They really did put their best foot forward there. What?
Ghost teamwork?
Yeah, Ghost. That was pretty good, Dad.
They're gonna get worse. They're gonna get worse.
I know, as the night goes on, we're not drinking yet, but gosh, the dad part of me just comes out.
Imagine that broadcast though. If we were Ghosty, a good response. I think Ghosty was like, I was already at Shelly. I can make my way up. Sure, I've got the movement speed there. I've got the ability to make my way. And no, you know, they did have the Scuttle Crab on the side of Limit Testers, but no Vision Ward in the river bush there to at least anticipate any movement from the Hecarim.
Listen, maybe our sponsors will let us do a show match after all this, you know?
Right.
We'll be able to drink and do our show match. So, good vision on all sides, too. We love that. That is the name of the game, and everybody's really on their game right now. I think Gamer Snails need to remember that. I think they need to continue to be very, very conscious and cognizant of Limit Testers' ability. They outwarded the reigning champions, your Nightmares, so continue to keep that in mind. I mean, the situation could be relevant right now with Luckman lurking in the shadows, but Lustfully has good map awareness, understands the name of the game, and has their number. I'm actually very, very pleased by Gamer Snails keeping track of both keeping track of the enemy's jungler. That has been a really solid thing on their part. And Limit Testers is not keeping track of Ghosty, so This is a bit of a yakety sax moment.
And Noisy doing a really good job of continuing that engage, of recognizing, okay, I can survive through this. I just have to, wait for Ghost T to make the way up. You don't want to disengage too far, in case they are able to move away from Ghost T on that. So it was really good play as well from Noisy, already being in a winning matchup. Ooh, the ultimate there coming out from the Syndra. That power has been unleashed, but it wasn't enough to pick up the kill on Dopamini, who has a couple pots to burn. Crystalline Arrow just, going out, because here it is. Ghosty gets exhausted and may have to flash over this, but no, gonna re-engage here onto Pistachio, who's able to survive that. Lustfully has to flash over, and Elise follows it up with a flash of her own, gonna pick up that kill. Hanabi is on the backside, though, and a heal is going to give a good chunk of health back to Elise and Pistachio. Ghost T very, very low. It's a risk to try to re-engage on this one. We can see Yuki is on the other side, attempting to follow that up,
wow.
and Dopamini getting the ultimate, the final spark to really make that gray screen appear for Ghosty on that fight. Limit Testers finding success.
Quite the upset there. When you're that deep in the enemy's jungle, usually it signals something really bad, but Dopamini coming in, laying the pressure off and making sure the game Mercenaries know that they should just back off and take their losses. I think that was a solid move on their part. No matter how deep a prone Vayne is in your jungle, they do have their support. You could still die. Ghost T was low. Good solid way to disengage there. I think that was a really mature move, and that makes a good sign for this game going forward. Gamer Snails may have lost that objective, but they did not lose their pride. They did not lose any kills. Solid play on their part. I really have to praise that kind of... you need to know when to be passive. We've seen so much aggression in all of these games, and the passivity displayed there is a lot of self-control. And listen, we know the score here. We know how Gamer Snails got here. So to be exceptionally praiseworthy when they do something right. That's kind of how I want to play it going forward.
Yeah.
Limit Testers have proven, though, that they do have formidable opponents here, and I'm pleased to see that.
Shelly is likely gonna make her way into a lane here. We've got Ghosty has been sitting on that for a little bit of time. It is spectacular to see these gals do as well as they have. We were incredibly concerned. I mean, Your Nightmares being the victors the last 2 weeks in a row and going up against Limit Testers, that is a lot of big names and big numbers that we've seen that these guys have pushed forward. Rip Herald going up toward the top. It is past 14 minutes, so no more plates to be achieved. Here they are going to take down the first tower, and in the meantime, it's going to be a taunt onto Ghosty as Arthidius tries to do some damage here. Luckman just going to jump over into the jungle and give up on Arthidius, who flashes out. And then the ultimate from Ghosty, as well as the follow-up flash from Noisy, is going to mean Limit Testers loses a member here. Ghosty, the next target for this Kane. A lot of damage, but Ghosty doesn't potentially have the ability to escape. And Noisy picking up the kill there with the ultimate. Dopamini's going to try to recover a little bit from this, as Ghosty is so incredibly low, but they are both able to make it out of this one alive, and it is a 2-for-0 for Gamer Snails.
I personally am a little confused about Luckman's farming while Arthidius was trying to get away in that situation. I don't know what happened there. Maybe they have beef.
Right?
It's just like, it could be anything. It could have just been overlooked. Huh?
I said, no, I want Grump.
I want the Grump. Yeah, serious. I want the Grump right now. Like, that was very... You and I both recognized it. We were both very confused.
Yeah.
That is not the behavior that we have come to expect from Limit Testers. Perhaps, though, and I think I would fall into this trap as well, Luckman thought that Arthidius was safe because Shed is very tanky, pretty hard to catch, but Darius Bleed, Hecarim can bring the chase. Not a great decision. It's okay. It happens. I don't think they'll ever make the same mistake twice. Lightning never strikes twice for Limit Testers, and that is the actual truth from what we've seen so far.
Well, now we can see the Gamer Snails have gained a little bit of a gold advantage. It has been in Limit Testers' favor for most part of the game, thanks to creep score disparities in Limit Testers' favor. This should give them a little bit of pressure, though. And Gamer Snails did manage to pick up that first tower as well by utilizing Shelly, and, got a second charge off, if I'm not mistaken, onto the second tower in the top lane there as well. So a pretty solid push and 2-kill pickup.
Yeah, no contest from Luckman on that top lane push there. I'm gonna stop bringing it up now.
Barrier once again used to prevent the final spark. I'm not sure if it would have killed Hanabi there.
I don't
Probably
think
not
so.
quite. Oh man, no, Arthedius using the ultimate oh my gosh, that is a rough one. Arthedius coming down, taking one out. That means 2 members now of Gamer Snails have been removed from this fight. Arthedius gonna teleport back up to the top lane to attempt to prevent that other tower from going down. Lots of pressure here in the jungle, though, coming from Limit Testers and coming from Gamer Snails, and a solid push in the bot. Limit Testers, what a great gauge.
Yeah, that is definitely a triumphant push and a great response to what happened in top lane just a little bit earlier. I do like to see this strong presence. We have spoken about this before. You need to take advantage of every potential opening. So while they're all pushing on bot lane, grabbing Shelly is the exact response. You don't want to be in lane farming. You don't want to be wasting your time. You want to punish them for every possible part of the map that they're on. It's just a matter of shuffling resources where they are not or where they are capitalizing. You must find an equal place to capitalize or you will lose the game. So Gamer Snails showing an exceptional level of maturity and ability. They have always had a strong lane phase, but the lane phase has ended extremely early, and they are starting to show that they can rotate. I'm extremely impressed with Gamer Snails' ability to rotate and show that they have a stronger later game, and I think that these picks have really proved that as well. The Darius pick, it did turn out that counter was an issue for Arthenius and has not been able to roam in the same way, but Limit Testers has picked up this this Fire Drake here. I always want to call it Charizard, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the Infernal Fire.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was like
that works
Charizard.
well, yeah. So yeah, that means that two towers in favor of Limit Testers, just 1 for Gamer Snails, and now that gold is back in favor of Limit Testers again, just due to the pressure they've had in lane and a few of those nice pickups here. The Dopamini is going to be the really scary one going forward here. Noisy, yes. Absolutely terrifying, and when it gets to the 5v5s, though, the full-on team fights, if Noisy is out of position at all, if Noisy gets caught out early on, then it's going to be a little difficult for Gamer Snails to recover. As we can see, only 1 other kill on the team has gone over to Ghosty, so really everything is kind of in Noisy's hands right now.
Yeah, and I think that Dopamine has the ability to affect a team fight depending on people's positioning a little bit more. I mean, Noisy can only do so much with a dead backline, so the hope is that they'll be able to beef up Lustfully potentially a little bit more. Hanabi, any of these other champs, including Ghosty, can step up and help support Noisy in this carry situation here. I really think that that's going to be the key. But Dopamine is a huge issue. Not banning that Lux, I think we both have identified that as being a little bit of an issue on the Mersnail side.
Now a lot of pressure here from Limit Testers up in the top lane. They want to take this tower, and they also want to take down this Syndra. Hanabi is definitely aware. Oh my god, such a good response there from Ghosty. Pistachio is going to get exhausted, has to ult herself, and Hanabi just wants to get the kill, realizing that she will go down as well. So a 2-for-1 in favor there of Limit Testers, thanks to a fantastic response and move up from more members there on the blue side.
Very good, a very solid play from Hanabi, though, kept their cool. Unfortunately, Elise did come up there and mitigate that situation, but, listen, if you were that brave to stay, Shelly on the bot lane here is actually putting in work as well. I mean,
man.
Yeah, I know.
Another.
Oh, it's hard not just to watch. You get scared with Arthedius versus Noisy. This is such a nasty...
Flash in from Arthedius, will it be enough to take him down? No, she's gotta survive through this fight thanks to that Q. The red buff certainly helps a little bit, but down she goes to the Lux ultimate. Owie, that is a final spark for sure.
Dopamine picking up that kill is not good for the Gamer Snails. However, Noisy's behavior in that, protecting Shelly, making sure that they get that objective while Limit Testers pushes top. These responses are so good, so well defined, and so on point. If Gamer Snails can continue this behavior, they may very well remain competitive. We're at 21 minutes. Some games have ended at 20. Yeah, we're at 22 minutes. Some games have ended at 22 minutes. And Gamer Snails is still in this one. I feel like a proud mother watching them continue to hold their own here at 22 minutes. And their last late game was a little bit disappointing, and so you worry that they don't know how to pivot from lane to late game, and they have proven that they can. And it looks, what's the situation in River here? There's some pings coming out from the gamer snails. Looks like they are trying to indicate where the limit testers are, just keeping track of them. Can't forget the vision. You absolutely cannot forget the vision, and it does look like there is a growing disparity between these two teams in terms of vision score. If you glance on the board there, that can become an issue that will spiral out of control very quickly. I do not hope for the demise of gamer sales to come down to something as basic as vision. I would really hope that that is not the way that this game goes, but there is a growing disparity there, something to be a little bit concerned about, but they are still maintaining that same communication. And these, again, down periods, noisy split pushing on bot, mid being held as well as you possibly can, with Ghost T catching up in farm, making sure that they can make it down to mid.
My goodness, that was rough. Lustly getting taken down by a final spark there. Under tower, I mean, it can happen anywhere to anyone, but some really impressive final sparks from Dopamania, I mean, which we have obviously come to expect at this point, this late in the tournament. That's going to be some pressure here on the mid lane as Limit Testers find themselves the third tower of the game and are going to make their way over to another Infernal Drake, which will be very difficult for gamer snails to both fight against if they want to stop this, and also if it goes over to Limit Testers, it's going to be really difficult to recoup from 2 Infernal Drakes on this highly bursty team.
Yeah, it doesn't look to me like they're committing to it with Hanabi going back. Lustfully is making their way down.
The steal from Ghosty!
I stand corrected.
Gonna flash over and likely will go down here to Luckman, but my goodness, what a steal there from Gamer Snails. You're not getting a second Infernal this time, Limit Testers.
Oh, wow. We love a good dragon steal. I liked that stylish blast cone death with Kane inside of Ghost T.
Right.
It's definitely, if you're gonna go out with a Michael Bay explosion behind you. At least do it the best that you can. It looks like Limit Testers is pivoting to Baron on that dragon steal. That's not a great consequence to Dragon. That is not a fair trade. That's not how you want this to go. Gamer Snails may not be aware. They don't seem to be positioning for it. They're kind of closing in, but really, what can Yuki Nagato and Lustfully do? Hanabi is also on the way there without Ghost T.
What? No! What? That was... You guys have family! That was rude! What? We're witnessing more cyberbullying from these guys. My goodness, Limit Testers, Dopamine picking up a double kill on just a stun and a final spark there. Yes, Elise is gonna go down in the end after, going in that aggressive, but my goodness. Oh, that's rough.
We both went completely silent, and then all you could say was, these people have families! Just an absolute vicious onslaught by Dopamine. Again, we said to ban the Lux, and it didn't happen, and I didn't think it would spiral out of control like this. Hanabi is doing, with 2 deaths and 2 kills, Hanabi is holding their own considering what a titan Dopamine is. You cannot hold them accountable for how this has spiraled out of control. The feeding of Dopamine has been a team effort on the side of Gamer Snails, and is an actual travesty. It makes you wonder what would have happened had this Lux been banned out. But we do have Noisy here, still putting in the very hard work, wondering if we can do another stylish 2v1, but it's not likely considering the situation.
Ouch. Luckman there, gonna find out Noisy, and I don't want to say Noisy is the saving grace potentially of this team, but that's what I was talking about exactly, that Gamer Snails send Noisy out, or Noisy pushes a little too far. If Limit Testers are able to pick out that Darius, you're looking at a 1, 3, and 5 Hecarim for Ghosty, 0, 4, and 1 for Lustfully here in the ADC role, so it's going to become very difficult very quickly if this Darius keeps getting caught out.
Yeah, I hate to see Lustfully in such bad shape, considering how well they did in that last game, putting their best foot forward.
No way, really?
Didn't they do that?
No, I'm talking, sorry, down goes the Zyra, just, off-screen Dopamine picking up another kill. That was what that was. Sorry, no, they did, yes, Lustfully has done very, very well, and particularly on the Ashe, and just got bullied around in this bottom lane and has been an easy target for limit testers to find out when they are able to engage and jump on the back line.
I feel
no.
I
wasn't saying no. I just meant, come on, man. Oh my gosh, Dopamini is just. We're gonna take another look at that one.
Yeah, watch that there. Dopamini is the last spark. It doesn't even matter. It's not even a thing. You're there, and now you're dead.
Yeah.
That is what happened to Hanabi.
All it takes. All it takes. 7-0 and 1 Lux right now. At, getting close to 100 CS differential. Noisy is going to take down Arthidius. That was not a safe place to be. The flash was expended from Noisy, but that's going to be another kill in favor of Gamer Snails here. In the meantime, Ghosty goes down.
Yeah, I actually am not. Did you see what happened to Ghosty there? Can you recount that for me?
We just saw the tail end of it, to be honest. Yeah, we just saw the very, very tail end of that one.
That's too bad.
Yeah, really just the Noisy engage onto Arthidius, but Ghosty went down at the start of that. So,
okay, I was like,
I'm not. Yeah, I didn't catch the. It's late enough into the night.
Yeah, I'm missing a few things. I missed that dopamine last spark.
It's a complicated game.
It
is.
Is.
There's a lot going on.
Things are happening now that we're losing track of. It's becoming a bit of a. Listen, we don't fall apart a lot, but when we do, it's usually because Dopamini is 7-0 and 1 and just absolutely wiping people off the map with such finesse. I think I was emotionally recovering from that. Buckman going in on Ghosty there, just trying to cripple this this jungler from really even engaging or competing over objectives, and that's really how Limit Testers locks this stuff down. Noisy is typing, it seems, to the rest of the team.
Right.
And you know what they say is once you touch your keyboard, the game's actually over, so hopefully that's not actually the case. But biding their time, watching Limit Testers engage this dragon, there's no recourse. They have managed to grab that second Infernal Drake and the crab in the middle there. But I do think Gamer Snails still has recourse. The gold disparity is not big enough that we should give up all hope. 2 Infernal Drakes is pretty rough on one end, and I think that Noisy's still hanging in this bottom lane. You're right, though. Getting caught out like this without the rest of their team, they can't carry by just killing Arthidius over and over again.
No! It's so devastating.
So
and
terrifying.
The cooldown on the final spark now at this point in the game. Look, it's already halfway off cooldown. It's absolutely absurd. And that's what this composition is, just protecting, getting Lux to be able to get something down and then final spark it up. And look at that, the final spark is already back up and ready. So, I mean, that is time enough that you can use 2 of them in the same team fight. It's absolutely insane. It's not even about getting caught out. It's just, being the one that she targets.
Yeah, I'm so flustered by this Lux. Just the sheer amount of power. Plus, you're right about that. Dopamini is playing a completely different game. It's called Earth. And I don't think that the rest of the members, the other 9 people in this game are quite aware of that particular situation, because watching that timer go down, Noisy does manage to get a pick here as Dopamini. If they can collect that 700 gold bounty, that would be extremely good, but Dopamini...
Stand United follows it up, though. Arthidius manages to get in on that fight. Ghosty trying to use the ultimate to escape from this one. Noisy recognizing that it will be her death on the line here. Ghosty did manage to escape from that one, but Luckman might be on the run here. Nope, not gonna follow that one up. Not quite quick enough.
At least
and now we are getting in on the base. Limit Testers doing what they do best, taking down the base.
Chipping away at the old block here, just doing what they do best.
Oh man.
Yeah,
manning this Baron as well. Not it is like that will not be yours. That was actually very quick and very sneaky. That was specifically to prevent these guys from jumping over into the Baron pit and killing away this Baron.
I'm actually extremely impressed with that. You don't kind of see that finesse a lot, but it was a very calculated move, extremely important. Dopamini here is just here to protect the Baron. This already happened once. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. Please, they have families.
It's 2 members against 5, and 3 of them aren't even facing them. They're in the Baron pit because they don't need to go and aggress here. So dangerous for Ghosty, getting the taunt and the final spark, and a gray screen to finish it out. Blue team picking up the the Baron here. Hanabi is, this is rough. Hanabi really not much you can do at this point, having to jump towards the limit tester's side of the map, and Dopamini is going to pick up another one on this perfect game so far for her.
This whole team comp is just peeling for Dopamini. Arthidius coming in when Noisy was trying to close in, just taking it out there, and then poor Hanabi trying to draw out this potential demise for as long as possible, but it really is not that long when you've got Dopamini being able to ult twice in any given skirmish, sometimes 3 times. A little bit demoralizing. It's hard to watch. We've both become a little bit flustered seeing how this comp has now utilized every possible speck of peel around Dopamini, the 700 gold bounty.
Oh, I'm angry.
Yeah.
I've played this kind of team before, and this is not fun. This is not fun to go against, and there's really, at this point in the game, with an 11k disparity in terms of gold, and Dopamini sitting at 10-0-2, it's a really, really tough game. You can't even go out and venture to put much vision down. Noisy keeps kind of venturing out a little bit far, which is super risky to do at this point, being again the only one that is sitting at a positive score, and pretty heavy in terms of the rest of the team being negative there. So all right, it works out successfully for these guys, but it's going to be a tough push, and it's so easy to get caught out when you've got Dopamini who can 2-3 shot pretty much everybody.
Yeah, I would highly advise Gamer Sales not engage this dragon objective with all of their members up unless they can get a pick. Dopamini is just going to do that, is the unfortunate thing. It would be foolish for them to really, even trying to steal this dragon, maybe just go back to your base, lick your wounds, but that's not their plan here. We have seen limit testers draw people into this exact same quandary before, and it does not work out the way they want it to.
No!
Dopamine picking up
I feel like they meant to use barrier there and accidentally flash. That makes sense to me. They're gonna flash over and jump onto Elise, who gets so much shielding and so much survivability at this point. Not even one member of Limit Testers can get taken down in this fight. That is gonna be another dragon. A teleport here into the base from the Shen. No big surprise. They love to do this kind of thing. Pressure when they have the chance. It's gonna be another inhibitor and a long gray screen for most of Gamer Snails.
And Elise has really come into their own, but Arthidius just having a consolation kill there. It is absolutely demoralizing watching Arthidius alone in this base, just chipping away while the rest of the team comes into it. Gamer Snails put up such a good fight. Dopamine grabbing another kill from Yuki Nagato with the last spark. That is rough. That's rough, buddy. That's rough.
That was very rough. Super impressive from Gamer Snails. The first half of that game, even in a winning matchup with Noisy going into Arthidius there, still just with the playability that we've seen Arthidius on so far tonight, really, really well played by Gamer Snails. But when you've got Dopamini sitting on the Lux that we've already seen do so well tonight and running a perfect game there at the end, I don't know what the final KD was, but I know the D was 0. So it's really tough to come back from that. And I think Gamer Snails should feel really, really good about how well they performed in that game and how long they pushed it out.
Yeah, you know what? I think you are so right there. I think they deserve nothing but praise. We knew that they were put into this situation, not necessarily expecting to go against limit testers in this situation. Maybe we were all kind of expecting your nightmares to end up there. This whole night has been such a cool upstart. I'm really impressed with everybody's skills. Even people who lost their games put their best foot forward, but especially Gamer Snails here. They did so much against a team that has absolutely crushed the spirits of the ones who came before them. And I think that as far as losses go, that was probably the most narrow. I can't say for sure, but it felt very narrow up until those last few minutes where they were still competitive. So, it was good. It was very good. They should be proud of their performance. And, with a little bit of extra scrimming, maybe they should quit their jobs and do some scrimming. There's some really good opportunity there to really just show that they're here to be competitive. Gamer Snails, you have a legitimate comp, and you're going to do well in this tournament. We feel that. We're confident.
And I know that we'll see them in the future matches. Again, if you'd like to sign up, check out www.supergirlgamerpro.com. Follow Twitter or Facebook at SGGamerPro. And keep in the loop because there's more than enough time for somebody to upset this whole thing. There's also the opportunity to, jump in on a pug team if you don't have a team, but you know you're a great player. Hop into the Discord. You can find all that information on any of those links I just provided for you. Otherwise, I have had a spectacular night, Kari. I'm sure you could say the same here. I am Jolly. I was joined by Kari here. Thank you guys so much, the viewers, the sponsors, my classes. Thank you for everything, and we will see you next week.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right?
No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Come on, breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
No one knows where it comes from. Why some have it and some don't. It's the fighting spirit. It consumes fear and weakness. It stands ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. Because as long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.